Hey guys, welcome to this full course tutorial on JavaScript. This video will cover all the fundamental topics of JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is a powerful client-side scripting language. It is used mainly for enhancing the interaction of a user with the web page. In other words, you can make your web page more lively and interactive with the help of this programming language. So if you love web development, then you're in the right place. This video will help you understand the basics of JavaScript in just under 4.5 hours. So here's a list of topics covered. First, we'll look at a simple Hello World program in JavaScript. Then we'll move on to topics like arrays, loops, objects, functions, closure, promises, and async await. Then we'll learn about JavaScript this keyword, form validation, regular expressions, email validation, and JavaScript DOM tutorial. Lastly, we'll look at the JavaScript learning path and we'll understand how to become a full stack developer. So without further ado, let's begin. What's in it for you? Now we'll start by understanding what JavaScript actually is. Then we will get to know why it is so popular these days. And lastly, we'll write our first program in JavaScript which will print Hello World in the browser window. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a dynamic computer programming language which is lightweight and object-oriented. Now the best part about JavaScript is the fact that it's open source and is cross-platform compatible, meaning one piece of code written in any system regardless of the operating system functions the same in other operating systems as well. Lastly, most commonly used as a part of web pages, it allows client-side script to interact with the user and make dynamic pages. Now moving on to the next important question, why JavaScript? Now being the most popular language in the world, JavaScript has a huge fan base and benefits from a large community support. JavaScript is now being used in many industry fields such as web development, mobile application development, and also game development. It is very diverse in nature. There are great career opportunities for JavaScript developers as this technology seems to be holding on its own when compared to other languages. Alright, now moving on, let's go ahead and execute a simple program to understand JavaScript better. So we'll go ahead and execute a simple Hello World program. Alright, for that, first thing you need is a text editor. In this case, we've used the VS Code editor. So now let's go to our text editor, that is VS Code, and here let's open a file. Here say new file, and now you can type in your code here. So we will have to add the JavaScript to the HTML code and then print out the words Hello World on the browser window. Right? That's our objective. So let's add the HTML boilerplate in this file. So let's type in HTML. This is our tag. And then next we have the body tag. So within the body tag, we can add the script tag to insert the JavaScript into HTML page, right? So we say script language equals JavaScript and type equals text / JavaScript. Alright. Let's close the tag. And then in the script we call a JavaScript function that is document.write, which writes the string to our HTML page. Right? So we say document.write and within braces we say hello world. Okay, and now we close the tags. We also close the body and finally the HTML. Alright. Now when we save the file, we're going to save it, say on my desktop, and I'm going to call it index.html. Right? So make sure the extension is HTML and then save it. Alright, it says it already exists. I say replace it. And now once you save it as an HTML file, you can see that the colors have appeared. So any errors will be easily indicated here. So now let me save this. And now let's go ahead and execute the file that is stored. So let me go back to my desktop. And here I have index.html. There you go. When you click on the file, it opens in your browser and you can see the words hello world. In this video, we will be learning all about JavaScript arrays and the popular methods of the array object. So without further ado, let's get started. So what's in it for you? We'll start by understanding what a JavaScript array is. Then we will get to know about the operations that we are performing on the array. After that, we'll get familiar with some of the most used array methods. And lastly, we'll go through map, reduce, and filter functions. So what exactly is an array? Now an array object lets you store multiple values in a single variable. It stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements of the same type. Now an array is used to store a collection of data and it uses only integers as element indices. However, associative arrays can also use string indices. Moving on, let's understand what array operations are. Now we can perform various operations on an array in JavaScript. But let's start by creating an array. So for that, let's go ahead and create a folder first, which will consist of the file that we're creating, right? So for that, let me just go ahead and create a folder. And I'll call it demo_array. So once you're done with that, open your Visual Studio Code editor and here say open folder and click on demo array. Okay, it's creating the workbench. Alright, and now here you can see the new file icon. So go ahead and create demo.html file. Alright, here you go. Now let's start typing the code. The first thing we do is type in our HTML tag. And here I have the head tag. And let me say JavaScript tutorial. Alright, and now let's create the body tag. Now within the body tag, I create a paragraph tag and create an ID and let me call it demo and then close the tag. Now I'll explain to you why we're doing this a little later. So first let's go ahead and create the script tag. So say script and within the script let's create our array. So let me use the keyword let and say we give the name of the array cars equals in square braces we say BMW and Volvo and then say Honda. Alright, so now we create an array. Now one more thing is that we use the keyword let so that which indicates that the array can be changed throughout the program. Alright, so now we go ahead and display it. So I say document dot get element by ID and here I say now the ID created was demo, so I say demo here and I use the dot inner HTML property which is equal to cars. Okay, let me change this to BMW first. Alright, so what exactly inner HTML does is that it is responsible for what is being displayed on the web page. Okay, now since we've taken ID as demo, any changes made is reflected in this ID and then displayed onto the web browser. Alright, so let's save this and now execute the file. So here I go back to my folder and then to the file and go ahead and click on it. So there you go. The heading is displayed, and the entire array is displayed here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. Okay, so I hope this was easy to understand. Now let's go ahead. So the next operation is to access an array element. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create another variable. Say let BMW. BMW is the name of a variable. Don't get confused with the array element. So BMW equals cars of the index 0. So basically cars of 0 is nothing but BMW. Alright, so that is being saved in the variable BMW. And now let's just go ahead and display this. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and instead of cars, you use the variable name BMW. That is this one. Alright. So now let's save this, and when we execute it, you see BMW here. That's how you retrieve an element from an array. Next up, we have the array length property, which displays the length of the array. So again, let me show you how to do that. Let's go back to our code. And here, let's create a variable and let's call it length variable. So I say let len equals cars.length. Now you can use the length property, which will retrieve the length of the array for us. It's as simple as that. And now after this, again, let's just copy the same code here, and then let's pass len. Okay. Now let's save this, and when you execute it again, it says 3. So we've successfully retrieved the length of the array. Alright, so the next operation is to access the last array element, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and now let's create another variable and let's call it last, and we'll just say last equals cars, and within square braces cars.length minus 1, right? So basically, the length of the array is 3 and 3 minus 1 is 2. So it should retrieve cars of 2, which is Honda, right? So let's just execute this. Let me pass last here, save it, and see if it displays Honda for us. There you go. It's as simple as that. Alright, so moving on. The next array operation is loop over an array item. So for that, let's go to our code, and here let's use the for loop. So I say cars dot for each, and within this we'll say item comma index comma array, and now we use the arrow function and display the content on the console. So I say console.log of item along with its index. So let's save this. And now let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, now as you can see, nothing is printed on your web page, right? Because whatever is being printed has to be printed in your console. So now click on F12, which opens the developer options. And here you can see console. So click on that. And now you can see the name of the item in the array along with its index. So you see BMW 0, Volvo 1 and Honda 2. Alright, so moving on, now that we've learned about the array operations, let's go ahead and learn about the array methods. So the first method is toString. Now as the name suggests, it is used to convert an array into a string. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And now let's copy the same code here. And here, instead of last, I just say cars dot toString. Now you can use this method to convert the array into a string. So let's save this and let's execute it. Alright, now here the same output is shown, which means that the type has only been changed to string type. Alright, moving on. The next method is pop. Now pop basically removes the last element from the array. So let me show you how that works. Let's go back to our VS Code, and here we have to save the popped element into a variable, right? So let's create a variable, say last. Okay, and since last is already used, let me call it last one. Last one of cars.pop. Now we can use the pop method to pop the element. And now we can just copy the same code to display this onto our web page. And here I just say last one. Now, since we've popped the last element, the array has only two elements, right? That is BMW and Volvo. So if you want to display the last element, it should display Volvo, right? So what we can do is we can just create another variable, say last two, and just use the same logic here. Okay, and now let's just display it on your console, and let's say last two. Alright, so now let's save it. Now the popped element has been saved in last one, which is displayed on the web page, and the last element of the array after the pop function has to be displayed on our console. So let's go ahead and execute the file. Alright, so Honda has been displayed. That is the element that has been removed from the array. And now once we check our console, here you go. Here you can see Volvo, which means that is the last element in the array. Moving on, the next method is the push method. Now as the name suggests, it is used to add a new element to the array. And remember, to the end of the array. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here let me say cars dot push. Push is the method that we are using, inside of which we'll say Audi. Alright, and now let's just display the same thing. So let me copy this, and here let me say cars. Okay, so let me save it, and once I execute it, it says BMW, Volvo and Audi. So we've successfully added another element to the end of the array. So the next method is the shift method. Now basically shift is used to remove the first element from the array. Now this method shifts all the elements, reducing the indices of every element by one. Alright, let me show you how this works. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let me just say cars dot shift. It's as simple as that, and let's just display this. Let me copy the same thing. Let's save it, and when we execute it, here you can see it just displays Volvo and Audi. So now cars has array elements Volvo and Audi with array indices 0 and 1. Alright, so moving on, the next method is unshift. Alright, so to add an element into the beginning of an array, we use the unshift method. Therefore, this method increases the array index by 1. Right? So let's go back to our VS Code and use the same function unshift. So let's say cars.unshift, and here we go, let's save it, and here we have to specify what we're adding, right? Let me say Hyundai. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute it, you can see Hyundai, Volvo and Audi. It's as simple as that. Alright, moving on, the next method is the concat method. Now this is basically used to merge two different arrays, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create another array first, and let's just call the array bikes. Okay, and let's create, say, Yamaha, and let's say Suzuki, and then we'll say Royal Enfield. Okay, and now let's save this and say let vehicles, this is another array which is basically the after concatenation, the entire array is saved into this array. Alright, so let's say cars.concat of bikes. We just concat bikes and cars together. Okay, and then let's just display this over the web page. So let me change this to vehicles. Alright, let me save this. So let's go ahead and execute it. There you go. Now both the arrays have been merged together into a single array. So the next array method is the sort method. Now basically sort is used to sort the entire array into ascending order. Alright, so let's go back to our editor, and here let's just use the sort method on the array vehicles. Alright, vehicles.sort. Okay, and let's just display this on our web page. So again, let's go back and execute it, and here you can see it has been sorted. The next method is the reverse method. So the reverse method is again used to reverse the elements in an array. So it's logic, right? So sort was used to sort it in ascending order. Now when you reverse it, it just sorts it in the descending order. So let's go back here. I want to copy the same thing. Alright, and here instead of sort, let me just say reverse. So let's save this and execute it. There we go. It has displayed the entire array in the reverse order. Alright. With that, we finished the array methods. Next up, we have map, reduce and filter. First up, we have array.map. Now the map method is used for creating a new array from an existing one by applying a function to each and every one of the elements in the first array. And it does not change the original array. Alright, so to make you understand this better, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. And now here, let's first create another array. Okay, so let me call this num1, and let's have integers, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Okay, and now let's have another array, num2. So let's go ahead and say num1 dot map of, let me define a function, say multiply. Okay, so multiply is the function that I'm going to define here. So let's say function multiply of value. Okay, and inside this, let me say return value into 2. Okay. So what this basically does is that it multiplies each and every element of the array num1 by 2 and saves the new elements into the array num2. Okay. Now after this, let's go ahead and display the content. So let me copy this. And let's display the content in the array num2. Right? So let me save it. Let's go back here, execute it. So there we go. Every element has been multiplied by 2 and then displayed again. I hope this was clear for you. Now the next method is the filter method. So the filter method takes each element in an array and applies a conditional statement against it. And if this condition returns true, the element gets pushed onto the output array. But if it returns false, the element does not get pushed. Alright, so let me show it to you. Now, let's go ahead and create another variable, say num3. And here I say num1 dot filter of say comp. Now comp is a function. Let me define the function here. Let me say function comp of value takes a value as a parameter within which I'm going to check if the value is greater than 4. Now it only appends the element into the array num3 if the value is greater than 4. Alright. So now let me just go ahead and change this to num3. Alright. Let's save this. And when we go back and execute, here we go. Now the values, so let's go back here. Let me check. Now num1 had the values 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, right? So according to this, it has to only display 5, 6 and 7. Do not get confused with num2 here. We've passed num1 here, so it checks for this array, right? So according to the logic, it should display 5, 6 and 7 and it has done so here. Okay. Moving on. The next method is the reduce method. Now the reduce method reduces an array of values down to just one single value. Now to get the output value, it runs a reducer function to each element of that array. Okay, now this method does not reduce the original array again. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now let me create another variable, say num4, and say num1 dot reduce, and let me call it sum. So what we're basically doing is that we're adding all the digits 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in num1 to a single value, right? That is the sum, and then we're going to be displaying that. So what we're going to do is let's define the function here. Function sum basically is total comma value, right? And then here let's say return total plus the value. Okay, and after this I'm going to display the content. So let's say num4. Okay, let's save it, go back and execute. Here we go. It displays the sum of the entire values in the array. In today's video, we're learning all about JavaScript loops. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for you. So we're going to be covering topics like for loop, while loop, which also includes the do while loop, and then we're going to learn about breaking out of a loop, and then we'll see how to skip a loop cycle. Before proceeding, make sure you subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Now before jumping into the for loop, let's first understand what exactly a loop is, right? So a loop is basically a programming construct that executes a piece of code as long as a certain condition is met. Alright, and there are two different types of loops. We have entry control loops and exit control loops. Now, what exactly are entry control loops? Now, these are the loops where the test condition is checked before executing the piece of code. For example, you have the for loop and the while loop. So in their case, before entering the loop, the condition is checked, and only if the condition is met, it enters the loop and executes the code. Alright, when it comes to exit control loops, the test condition is checked after the loop has been executed. Alright, so in this case, the loop at least gets executed, the code in the loop gets executed at least once. So the example for this is the do while loop. Alright, with this basic knowledge, let's go ahead and learn about the different loops. So the first loop is the for loop. Alright, so what exactly is a for loop? This is the basic logic and the flowchart in front of you. So what exactly happens is that, say for example, you want to print the word looping, say 10 times, right? So what you can do is you can start and you can have a for loop which goes from 0 to 9. And then you increase the number by 1 every time you print the loop. Once it's equal to 10 or even greater than 10, it ends the loop, right? So let me help you understand this better with an example. So let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. Here I've created a folder called demo_loops, within which I've created a file called for loops. Alright, so now let's just write down our initial code for HTML, that is HTML, and then I have a head tag within which I say JavaScript loops. Alright, now I have a body tag within which I give a heading for clearer understanding. Let me have a heading, say JavaScript for loops. Alright, let me just call it for loop. Now let's have the script tag within which I'll have a variable, say x, and now we'll have the for loop. So we say for x equals 0, x less than 5, x plus plus, within which I say console.log of x. So basically what happens is, now you have the first variable which is called the counter variable. Now this keeps track of how many times the code is being executed, right? And next, I less than 5 is the condition. Now the loop keeps executing as long as the condition is met. And lastly, the counter variable is incremented, and usually it's incremented by 1, right? So here we've done the same thing. And inside the loop, we print the value of x. Alright, so let me save the file and then execute it. Alright, it's printed JavaScript loops here. Let me just go back. Okay, my bad. I missed out on the title tag. So this has to be enclosed within the title tag. So let me just change it here. Now let's save this. Let's go back and just refresh the page. And that is it. So whatever is in the title tag basically appears here. Alright. So now since we're printing the value of x on our console, we'll have to inspect our element. So let's go here. And here let's check on console. And here you can see all the values have been printed from 0 to 4. Alright, now this is a simple for loop. So next up is a while loop. Now the logic is similar to that of a for loop. So first the condition is checked, and if the condition holds true, then the code is executed, and if it is false, it terminates. Alright, So moving on, let's understand the general syntax. So here first you have the variable whose value keeps changing, and then you have the ending condition, which is basically the maximum value a variable can reach. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And here, for better understanding, let me just change this to JavaScript while loop. Alright, let's just delete this, and here, let's initialize the value of x to 1. And now I say while x less than or equal to 5, within braces, I say console.log of x, and then I increment the value of x. Alright, so let me save this and let's execute the file. Alright, so it says JavaScript while loop, and let's inspect. And here in our console, it displays the values of x. Alright, so according to the logic, x is initially initialized to 1, and the value gets executed once it enters the while loop. Alright, it's incremented and then checked every time until the value reaches 6, right? And then it breaks from the loop since the value does not hold true, and then it terminates. So this is the logic behind the while loop. Next up is the do while loop. Now here, as you can see, first the code is executed and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then the code execution continues, and if it falls, it's terminated. Alright, so this is an exit control loop. Also, in an exit control loop, the code is executed at least once. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here, let me just delete this. Now let's initialize x to say 15, alright? And now I use the do keyword within which I write the code. So first I'm going to print the value of x. Console.log of x, and then I increase my value. And here I mention my test condition, which is while x less than say 10. Alright, so according to the logic, initially the value is x, and once it enters the loop here, it should print the value of x, which is 15. Alright, and then it increments the value. But once it comes out of the loop, it checks for the condition. Here the condition says less than 10, but since x is not less than 10, it prints the value x, that is 15, and then terminates. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me execute this, and here let's check the console. So there we go, it prints 15. So what it does is that it prints the value 15 first and then checks the condition. Now let's go ahead and change the value of x to say 5. Alright, so now it enters the loop and then it prints the value of x and then increments it. And when it comes out of the loop and checks the condition, as long as the value of x remains less than 10, it prints it. Okay, so let's save this, go back here, and let's refresh the page. And here you can see the values 5 to 9 are printed. So this is how the do while loop works. Moving on to the next concept, breaking out of a loop. Now, as the name suggests, break is the keyword that is used to break out of a loop. Now here is a simple code for you. So according to the logic, it prints the values between 1 to 10. And say at the value 5, you want to break out of the loop. You can simply use the keyword break. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just make it simple and say for x equals 1, x less than or equal to 10. Let's increment it. And within the loop, let's display the value x on the console, and then we're going to check for the condition if x equals 5. Alright, so if x equals 5, we break out of the loop. So let's save the file and execute it. And there you go. It's displayed the values from 1 to 5. So basically the code inside the for loop is executed, and once the value of x reaches 5, it breaks from the loop. Simple, right? Alright, so let's move on. Next up, we have skipping a loop cycle. Alright, so here, what exactly we do is we make use of a keyword continue to skip a particular loop cycle. Say in this case, we have a for loop which displays the values of I ranging from 1 to 10. However, we want to skip the cycle when it reaches the value 3. So what we do is we make use of the keyword continue here. So basically it displays 1 and 2 and skips the third cycle and then directly displays 4. Alright, so let me show you in our VS Code editor. Here, let me just remove this and say if x equals 5, I'm going to continue. Alright, after which I'm going to say console.log of x. So let me save this and then execute it. So here, let me refresh the page, and there we go. As you can see, it displays 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the fifth cycle is skipped. Alright, and the rest of the digits are displayed. So that is how you can skip a loop. I highly suggest you also practice all of this and then play around with loops to get a better understanding. So taking a step forward, we're going to learn about JavaScript objects in this video. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. First, we'll start by understanding what a JavaScript object is. Then, we'll learn how to create a JavaScript object and also get to know about the properties of these objects. After that, we'll get familiar with using JavaScript methods. Lastly, we'll understand what JavaScript accessors are. So what is a JavaScript object? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, so everything in Java is an object. A JavaScript object is like a real-world entity having state and behavior, for example, a car. Now we can take a car as an object. It will have its state like color and model. It will also have behaviors like accelerate and brake. JavaScript is template-based and we can create objects without having the need to create a class. Generally, object is accompanied by a class that defines an object's blueprints, but JavaScript doesn't require any class to be defined for objects. Moving on to the next concept, to create a JavaScript object. Now basically there are 3 different ways of creating a JavaScript object. Alright, so we'll look at them one by one. The first one is to use a literal to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go to our VS Code editor. Now if you have any doubts regarding the initial setup, then I suggest you go through the previous video, that is JavaScript arrays, to get you started with it. So here I've created a folder called demo objects, and now I'm going to create a file called create_objects.html. Alright, so we'll begin by writing the initial code, that is the head and the body. So I say HTML, within this I create the head tag, and then I create a title tag, and let's say JavaScript objects. Then after the head tag, I'm going to create a body tag. And let's create a heading and say creating JavaScript objects. Okay. And now we create an ID. All of this is explained in the previous video. I really suggest you go through the video beforehand so that you get a clear picture. And then I say ID equals, say demo, and then I'm going to close it. Now the first method that we're going to use to create an object is by using object literals, right? So what we can do is say script within which I declare a variable, say var student. Now within the object, we're going to create 3 different properties. Now this is basically like a dictionary. It has a property, a key, and then a value. Okay, so I say name property, and let's say Chris, and then another property, say age, and say 21, and another property, say studies, and say maybe computer science. Okay, so this is the syntax used to create an object using an object literary. Now after this, what we're going to do is we're going to display this. Right now we want to display the message saying Chris of age 21 studies computer science. So what we can do is say document.getElement by ID, and the ID that we're going to pass is demo, and we say inner HTML equals student.name, which is Chris, after which we display the message of the age, and then the age, that is student.age, studies, student.studies. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute the file, it says Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this is one of the ways in which you can define an object. Alright, so moving on to the next way of creating a JavaScript object, it is to use the new keyword. Now this is the most traditional way of creating an object, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's create another script within which we say var student equals new object. I'm sure everybody has learned the same way, the same syntax. So this is one of the ways. After which we can say student.name equals Chris. Again, student.age equals 21, and then student.studies equals computer science. Alright, now after this we again display the message. So let me just copy this. Alright, so let's save this and run our code again. And there we go. It displays the message Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this was the second method used to create an object. Alright, so then moving on to the third method, it is to use an object constructor to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go back to our code editor, and here we define a function. So we say function, say stud, with 3 parameters, that is name, age, and say studies. Okay, and now within the function we use the keyword this. So we say this.name equals name. Alright, we say this.age equals age. We say this.studies equals studies. Now what we do is that we can create a variable and pass parameters to the function. So we say var student equals stud, and within braces we say Chris, comma 21, comma computer science. Alright, so we've done passing the parameters. After this, we're going to copy the same print message here. Alright, so let's save this and execute our file. So let's refresh the web page. And there we go. It still displays the message, Chris of the age 21, studies computer science. So this was the third method that can be used to create objects. Moving on to the next topic, object properties. Now a JavaScript object is basically a collection of unordered properties, right? Values associated with the JavaScript object are called its properties. And properties can usually be added, updated, or deleted, excluding read-only properties. So now let's have a look at the demo to help you understand this better. So let me go back to my VS Code. So this was where we left off, and this was how we created objects, right? So now let me create another file, and let me call it objects_properties.html. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the first piece of code here. Alright, let me just copy this into my new file. And here, as you can see, student is the object that we've created, and name, age, and studies are the 3 properties. Now say we want to update the age. Alright, so what we can do is here we can just say student.age equals, let me change it to 24. Alright, and let me save this, and when we execute the file, that was object_properties, you can see Chris of the age 24. So 21 is updated to 24. So this is one of the ways you can do it. Or there's another method. You can just assign the property to a variable and then display the variable instead. So what we can do is we can just assign student.age to a property, say x. And here, instead of displaying student.age, we can just say x. Alright, so let's save this. And when we run it, it says 21 because we haven't updated 21 to 24 anywhere. Alright, so 21 remains the same. So another method we can use is we can just say x equals age. So we're directly assigning the property to the variable. And here, when I'm displaying it, I say student of x. Alright, so let me save this. And when you look at the web page, it still displays the same thing. These are different ways of accessing the properties. You can update them, delete them, unless they're read-only. Alright, So let's move on to the next concept, object methods. Now basically, a JavaScript method is an action that can be performed on the objects. So you'll understand better with the help of the demo. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here I've created another HTML file called objects_methods. Alright, so let me just copy the initial code, paste it here, and let's have the enclosing tags as well. And HTML. Alright. Now here I declare another tag, that is the button tag. So we're going to be making use of button here. So I say button ID equals click me. So that is the action that I'm going to be performing. And the message that is going to be displayed on the button will be click me. Alright. So we're going to see the usage of it a little later. Now let's go ahead and create an object. So I say script, within which I create the user object. So we're creating using a object literal here, and I declare the property name as Chris again, and age say 24. Okay. So let's close this. Alright, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function that we will use as an object method. Alright, so I say function, and let's give the name say hi. Okay. Within the function we basically display a message. So we're going to say alert and hello. Alright, so this is going to be displayed in a separate dialog box. So now once the declaration is done, what we're going to do is we're going to create another property, basically say user dot, let's say message, and assign say hi to it. So basically what we're doing is we're adding the previously created method to a new property, that is user.message, the message property. Alright. So now I say document.getElementById and say demo. And the message that I want is just hi plus the username. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to display the message hello, alright, when the user clicks on the button. So for that, let's just copy this. And here, instead of demo, right, we're going to be passing the ID click me as per this, and the event is going to be on click event. So here I say on click, after which I'm going to simply pass user.message. Let me just delete this. Alright, so here I notice that I've given an equal to sign. I'm sorry, it's a colon. Alright, so let's save the file and let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, so here you can see hi Chris being displayed, and once we click on the button, you can see an alert which says hello. Alright. So now let's move on to the next concept, that is Java object accessors. Now getters and setters allow defining an object accessor. Alright, to get the value of a property in a JavaScript object, we use a getter, and to set the value of a property of a JavaScript object, we use a setter. So let's go back to our demo, and now let me create another file, and let's call it object accessors. And now again, let me just copy the first initial part. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a new object. So let me say script, within which I say where, and let's call it car. Alright, so let me define the properties, say model, and the model is say BMW 320D, and another property say color, and let's say it's navy blue, and the last property say fuel type, and let's say it's diesel. Now what we can do is we can make use of the keyword get to access the properties. So I say get and say fuel, within which I return this dot fuel type. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's display it. Document dot get element by ID, demo dot inner HTML equals, we say car dot fuel. Alright, so now let's save it and execute our file. Here you go, it retrieves diesel for us. Now this is one of the ways of accessing the properties. Now to help you understand setter, let's go ahead and create another object. Alright, say where car again. Now let's say the model is Audi A4, color be bright red, and fuel type, let's keep it blank. Alright. Now to set the value, we use the set keyword. We say set fuel, and the parameter is fuel, within which we say this dot fuel type equals fuel, right? Now let's set the value for the fuel. Say car dot fuel equals petrol. Alright. Now let's display the same. Let me copy this. And what we want to display is the fuel type, right? So here we say fuel type. So let's save this. And let's go ahead and execute the file. And there we go. It retrieves petrol. So what it does is basically it assigns the value petrol to the property fuel type, and then we display the same on our web page. So this is how you make use of getters and setters. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript functions. In our previous videos, we've covered topics like JavaScript arrays and loops. Alright, so before jumping in, let's go ahead and look at what's in store for us. First, we're going to learn what exactly JavaScript functions are. Then we'll look at JavaScript function expressions, then the function constructor, self-invoking functions, functions as values, functions as objects, arrow functions, generator function, and the predefined functions. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Moving on to our first topic, what are JavaScript functions? So basically, a function is a group of reusable code which can be called from anywhere in your program, right? When you have a piece of code that you want to execute repeatedly in your entire program, it makes more sense to define it once and call it over and over, right? It makes the code more efficient and readable. This also helps programmers write modular codes. So this is the syntax. You make use of the function keyword, followed by which you mention the name of the function. The name of the function is completely your choice. Next, you mention the parameter list. And within curly braces, you can define the function. Now, the function body is basically the code that is executed every time the function is called. So let's go to our VS Code editor. And here I've created a folder called demo functions, within which I've created an HTML file called functions.html. Alright, and now I've just typed in the initial code. Now let's create a function. So let me say script, within which I use the keyword that is function keyword. And now I give the name for my function. I say my underscore function. And the function takes a parameter, say value. Now this function basically returns the square of the digit, alright? So within which I say document.getElementById. The ID is demo. And now it just displays value into value. Alright, so the function basically displays the square of the number. Now outside the function, let me call the function as my function and let me pass the value 5. Alright, now let's save this and execute it. So let me go back to my file. And here we go. It displays the value 25. So this was a simple function which took a value, a digit as a parameter, and then returned the square. Moving on to the next concept, function expression. Now what we learned previously was function declaration, but a function can also be defined as an expression. Now this is what the syntax looks like. Now here the function is created and assigned to the variable explicitly like any other value. The meaning remains the same. That is, you create the function and store the value that it returns into a variable, and in our case it's x, right? So let's go to our VS Code and let me help you understand this better. So now I create another function and here I say let x equals, let's use a simpler function. So I just mention function and within curly braces I display an alert message and I display a message saying hello. Alright. Now after that, to display the message, what we can do is, let me just copy this output code and paste it here. And here what we're going to be displaying is the value x, right? Now since it consists of a function, you'll have to type the curly braces. Now this is crucial for its execution. Alright, so let me save this and then execute. Let me execute this. And here you go. It says the site says hello. So we've successfully executed the piece of code. We can also assign this variable x to another variable and then call that variable instead. Right? We can say let y equals x, and instead of calling x here, we can simply call y. Let me save it and then let me refresh the page. And there we go. It still displays the message hello. Alright, so this is one of the ways of defining a function, that is as an expression. Moving on to our next concept, function constructor. Now JavaScript functions are defined using the keyword function, right? Now functions can also be defined using a JavaScript built-in function. Now this is the basic syntax. So here we've created a function called myFunction and we've used the keyword new. After which we've used the constructor function and inside we provide the parameter list. After that, the return value. Next you can call the function here, right? So let me just go back to my VS Code. And now Let me just make changes to the same piece of code here. I create a function, say my_function. Okay. Alright, let me just change the name to my function. Alright. And then here I use the keyword new and the function constructor, that is function, within which I'm passing all the parameters. So I have A, B, and I'm going to return the sum of the digits. Alright. And now while calling the function, let me just store the value in a variable, say x. And let's call the function, that is my function, with the parameters 2 and 3. Alright. And now let me display it. So I'm just going to copy this. And I want to display the value of x, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. If you refresh the page, it displays the sum, that is 5. To make it more readable, let me just display another message here. Let me just say the sum is x. Alright. Let me save it and then refresh the page. It says the sum is 5. Alright, now this is how you make use of the function constructor. Next up, we learn about self-invoking functions. Now, as the name suggests, these functions are invoked automatically without being called. Now, previously when we learned about function expressions, we saw that parentheses were crucial. So you have to add parentheses around the function to indicate that it is a function expression. So here is a syntax for you. So what we've done is we've made sure we've enclosed the entire function within parentheses. So let me help you with that. Let's go back to our VS Code and let me create another script. And here, let me create the function within the parentheses and say function. It's not taking any parameters. Instead, it is going to alert a message. So let me say hello, welcome. Alright. After which, we're going to call the function. So again, we have to mention the parentheses. Let's save this and execute. So when we refresh the page, it says hello, welcome. So we never called the function, rather it got invoked by itself. So these are self-invoking functions. Now let's go ahead and look at functions as values. Now in JavaScript, a function is basically a value. So we can deal with it as a value. Now here is a simple syntax. Now if you closely look at the syntax, you might think that this is same as function expressions. Well, no. In this case, what we do is we first define the function and then we assign it to a particular variable. But in the case of expressions, the function definition was defined during the initialization of the variable, right? And also we had to specify the parentheses in order to call the function. So to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just erase this. And let's define a function that returns the product of two digits. So let me just call it product, which takes two parameters. Let me say A and B, within which we return the value A into B. Alright. Now, after this, let's create another variable, say Y equals function. Oh, I'm sorry, the name of the function is product. So product of 2 and 5. Alright. So this basically returns us 10. Right. So let me just copy this to display this on our web page. And here I change the message to the product. And here let me change it to Y. So let's save this and execute it. So let me refresh the page. And here you go. You can see the message, the product is 10. Now what we can do is we can make alterations to this. Now say I want to multiply the value with 5 again. Right, so basically this returns 10 and that value is multiplied by 5. So let me save this and refresh our page, and there we go. It returns, and there we go. It displays 50. So this is how you can make use of functions as values. Moving on to the next topic, functions as objects. Now JavaScript functions are a special type of objects called function objects. Now a function includes a string which holds the actual code, that is the function body of the function. The code is literally just a string. Although not recommended, you can also create a function with the help of the function constructor. I will show that to you a little later on. But for now, let's look at the syntax. Now here we have a variable called body, which basically consists of the function body. It's enclosed in double quotes, and that's a mistake, please ignore it. Alright, so next we have variable function name. So here we create a function using the keyword new, and then we pass a parameter list, and the body basically tells us what the function returns. Alright, next we have an alert message to call the function. So let me just show how this is executed. Back in our VS Code, let me create another function, and let's say the function returns the area of a circle, right? So let me just create a body variable which returns, so the area of a circle is pi r square, so we make use of math.pi into radius, right? So it's basically pi r square. After which, let's say where circle, and here let's create a function using the new keyword function, and then here we pass the value, that is the radius, and then the body, right? So basically this is the definition of our function. So let's use alert to display the area. So we say alert of circle of 5. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So when you refresh the page, it displays the area of the circle. So this is how you can use functions as objects. Moving on to our next concept, arrow functions. Now functions can be written more compactly and more precisely with the help of arrow functions. Alright, now arrow function expressions are ill-suited as methods and they cannot be used as constructors. Now also while using arrow functions, using const is a safer option because a function expression is always a constant value. So this is the syntax. Now you can only omit the return keyword within the curly braces if the function is a single statement. So this is the syntax. First you provide the name of the function with an equal to sign followed by the argument list, and later you make use of this arrow icon and define the expression. So this is basically nothing but this. So let's go back to our VS Code and check for ourselves. So let's create another function, and here let me say const myfunc equals. Now say we want to display the product of 3 digits. So let me just pass A, B, C as my parameters, and we make use of this icon which indicates that this is an arrow function within which I say return A into B into C. Alright, now let me just assign this to a variable. Okay, let me say product because we've used X here, and then let me call my function, that is myfunc, and pass the value 2, 3 and say 4. Alright, so let's display the product. So let me just copy this code, and here let me say the product of the 3 digits is, and let me say product here because that is what is being used here, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. Alright, first it displays the area of the circle. Alright, and then we say OK. And there we go. It displays the message. The product of the 3 digits is 24. So let me do one thing. Let me just comment this out. Okay. Let me save it and then execute it again. It just displays this. Alright, so this is how we can make use of arrow functions. Moving on, let's look at the generator function. Now, regular functions typically return only one value, right? Or a single value, or sometimes even nothing. But a generator function can return multiple values. And the speciality is that it can do it so on demand. Alright, now to create a generator function, we make use of an asterisk. So an asterisk indicates that the function is a generator function. So here you can see that we have a function followed by asterisk, and we've created a function called generator sequence. So here you can see we have the asterisk after the keyword function followed by the name of the function, right? But the main method of a generator function is the next method. When this method is called, it basically runs the execution until the nearest yield value, alright, or the nearest yield statement. Then the function execution pauses and the yielded value is returned to the outer code. Alright, so the result of the next method is always an object with two properties. It has the value property, which is basically the yielded value, and then it has the done property, which displays true if the function code is finished or false if it's otherwise. So let me show its execution for a clearer understanding. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create the generator function. Let's say function asterisk generate function, alright. Now within which I make use of the keyword yield, and I say yield 1 first, followed by yield 2, and then finally I make use of return, which indicates the termination, so I say return 3. Alright, now we make use of a variable, say generator, and assign it to the generator function, that is generate func. And now I create another variable, say 1, which will basically return the value when I call the next function. So here I say generator dot next. Okay, so whatever generator dot next returns, it's stored in 1. So to display the message, I say alert, and now I'm going to make use of a method called JSON.stringify. Alright, so basically this method converts a JavaScript object or a value to a JSON string. Alright, so within which I'm going to say 1. That is this. Alright, so now let me save this and execute it. Let me refresh the page, and there you go. Here it returns two properties, that is value and done. It says value is 1 and done is false, right? It is false because we haven't reached the return statement yet. So what we can do is to display the rest, let me just copy these and display it one by one. See that, let's do this. And here let me say 2 and this is 3. Let me copy this. Okay, here I say 2 and then I say 3. Alright, so let me save this and then execute it. So when I refresh the page, it says 1 and false. After which again it says 2 and false. And finally when it displays 3, it returns true for the done property. That means we've reached the end of the function definition. So this is how you make use of a generator function. Now let's move on to our last topic, that is predefined functions. Now JavaScript has many built-in functions, alright? Now here are a few of them. We have eval, parseInt, parseFloat, escape and unescape. Now let's go through one by one. Alright, first up is eval. Now this basically evaluates a string and returns a value. Alright, so to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And now let me just create another file and let me call it predefined functions.html. Alright, and I've just copied the initial code. Alright, so for eval, the syntax is eval, within which I say expression. Alright, now this is the general syntax. So what this eval does is that it evaluates the expression. And if the result is not a string, the result is just returned. And if the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program and evaluated. So let me show you how it's done. So first, let's create 3 variables. Alright, let's call them x and initialize it to 5. Then y with 6. And then let z be 7. Alright. Now let's just display the result on the console. So let's say console.log eval of, let me say, x plus y. Alright. After which I again say console.log of eval of z. Here, since the expression is a string, this gets evaluated. And here, since it's not a string, it just returns the value z. And here, since it is not a string, it just returns the value of z. So let me save this and then execute it. Alright, so let me just check our console. There you go. It evaluated the expression and added the 2 values, that is x and y, and returned 11. While z is returned as it is. Alright, this is what eval does. Next up is parseInt. Now, as the name suggests, it parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. And the syntax basically includes the keyword parse and the string within parentheses. ParseFloat, on the other hand, parses a string argument and returns a floating point number. Again, the syntax has the keyword parseFloat along with the string within parentheses. Next up is escape. Now this returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument. And on the other hand, unescape returns the ASCII string for the specified value. In this video, we're going to cover the topic of JavaScript closures. So without further delay, let's begin. So before understanding what exactly closures are, let me brief you about the variable scope. Now JavaScript defines 2 scopes. You have the global scope and the local scope. Now any variable declared outside a function belongs to the global scope, and as a result of which it can be accessible from anywhere in your code. These variables are nothing but the global variables. And local variables are those variables which are declared within a function, and as a result of which these variables can only be accessed within the function or maybe its nested functions. So to give you a brief example, consider this piece of code. Here, the variable a is defined outside the function, and as a result, it is a global variable. And the variable b is declared within the function, that is function name. And only this particular function can access this variable. Alright, so let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. And here, I'll help you understand this better with an example. So here I've created a file called closures.html within a folder called demo_closures. And now in my code, I've written the initial code. And now, let me say script. Now I'll create a variable, say let x be say 10. Okay, now I'm going to create a function with the keyword function, and let me give it the name my function, within which I define another variable, say b, which is equal to 20. And now let me just display a plus b. Alright, now here the variable x, oh I'm sorry, I've said a here, so let me just change this to a. Alright, so here the variable a is a global variable, alright, and the variable b here is a local variable. However, the function my function can access the global variable a as well. So now let me just call my function, alright, and let's save it and run our code. And there you go. You can see it's displayed the value 30. So the code can access the value of this variable as well. So I hope you understood what global and local variables are. So moving on. Now let's see what a closure is. Now closures in JavaScript is basically a feature where an inner function can access the outer function's variables. Alright? So basically a closure has 3 scope chains. So every function has a set of variables that it can access. So all the references to these variables are stored in a stack, and this is called the scope chain. So a closure has 3 scope chains. So it has scope chain of its own, that is the variables defined within its own function body. It also can access the variables of the outer functions, and finally it has access to all the global variables. So to help you understand this better, let's go back to our VS Code. So here let me just comment this code, and then let's just create another script. Alright, now first let's create a global variable. So let me call it variable a and initialize it to 10. And now let's define a function, and let me call it first function. Alright, within which I'm going to define a variable b. Now this is going to be a local variable which is local to this particular function. Alright, and within this function I'm going to define another function, call it second function. And now I'm going to define a variable c, which is basically the sum of a and b. Alright, I say a plus b, and this function returns the value of c. So I say return c. Alright, and finally our function first func is going to return the second function. So it is nothing but return second function. Now let me call the function. So I say variable sum equals first func. So if you have any doubts regarding functions, I highly suggest you go through our previous video on JavaScript functions. Alright, so moving ahead, once the function is called, the value returned is going to be stored in the variable sum, and then we're going to print the sum. So we say document dot write, and let me display a message. The sum is, and let me just break it. Alright, let me save this and then execute it. Let's go back to our browser and just refresh the page. It says the sum is 30. Now we can also go back and make changes here. Suppose I want to add a value. I can just say 20 plus a plus b. So let me save this, and here it says 50. So basically, the function second func can access the value of b and a. So this is what closure is. So it gets access to its own variables, the variables of its outer function, and the global variables. I hope this was clear. In our previous few topics, we learned about arrays, functions, and loops. However, this time we're going to take a step forward and then learn about promises. So let's go ahead and jump right in. Now you must be wondering why JavaScript promises even came into picture and what exactly these promises are. So don't worry, I've got your back. In today's video, we're going to learn about promises, why they were introduced, and also I'll explain their functionality. So let's go ahead. First up, why JavaScript promises? Now, JavaScript is predominantly single-threaded, meaning all processes contain the execution of instructions in a single sequence. So basically, in simple terms, one command is processed at a time. Now, if a function relies on the result of another function, it basically has to wait for the other function to finish and return. And until then, the current function remains idle. Now, this can be extremely frustrating because it's time-consuming and very restrictive. I mean, you're not using the system to its full capability. So to overcome these drawbacks, asynchronous concepts or asynchronous programming came into picture. So in this case, the main thread continues its execution while JavaScript allows long network requests and other tasks to happen simultaneously. Now with the help of features like callbacks, promises, and async await, asynchronous programming can be easily achieved. I hope now you understood why promises or asynchronous programming came into picture. Moving on, what are JavaScript promises? Now in the case of synchronous actions, you could, instead of arranging for a function to be called at some point in the future, return an object that represents this future event. This is what the standard class promise is for. Now a promise is basically an asynchronous action that may complete at some point in the future. And when it's completed, it produces a value. Now it is able to notify when its value is available. The easiest way to create a promise is by calling the promise.resolve method. Now this function ensures that the value you give it is wrapped within a promise. Now a promise basically has three states. First up is the pending state. Now this indicates that the underlying operation has not yet been completed. Next up is the fulfill state. This indicates that the promise has been fulfilled with a particular value. Lastly, we have rejected. Now this indicates that an error has occurred during the operation and the promise is rejected with a particular reason. Moving on, a promise is said to be settled when it is either fulfilled or rejected. Because remember, promises are immutable. They cannot change their state. So once they're either fulfilled or rejected, they're said to be settled. So when a promise is fulfilled, it has to do a particular job. So for that, we make use of the then method. Now the then method basically runs for a result, and this is used to attach a callback when the promise has been resolved. Alright, same with the case of the scenario when the promise is rejected. It makes use of a catch method, which is used to attach a callback when the promise has been rejected. Don't worry, you'll understand the concepts better when we get to the demo. So moving on, let's look at a quick flowchart to understand promises better. First up, you have a new promise. Now the promise is in the pending state. Now this promise runs for an asynchronous action. Now we check if the action is successful. If it is a yes, then we call the then method. And if it is a no, then the catch method is called. And to end it, if it is fulfilled, then the asynchronous action is performed. And if it is not, that is if it is rejected, then error handling is performed. And lastly, the values of these methods is returned to the promise. I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the general syntax. You can use the let keyword and provide a name for your variable, and then you create a new promise. Now this promise object takes a function which in turn takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. So to help you understand all of this better, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So in VS Code, I've created a folder called demo promises, within which I've created an HTML file named promises. So I have the initial code ready here. So let's begin typing our code. So let's say script And here, as I explained, we say let, and let's give the name car to our variable. Say car, and we create a new promise. Alright, so the promise object returns a function which takes two parameters called resolve and reject. Alright, so within the function, let's define a simple use case. Now let's assume that we're checking the car for its fuel. Alright, so we'll create a variable called fuel underscore full tank. Now let's set the variable to say true. Alright, now let's set the variable to true. Now this indicates that the fuel tank is full. So now if the fuel tank is full, what I can do is I say resolve. Alright, else I reject it. Okay, I hope you understood what I'm doing here. I'm just checking for the fuel tank, and if it is full, which is true, then it gets resolved, and if it is false, then it gets rejected. So if the promise gets resolved, the then method is called, right? So let me call it here. I say car.then. Now this runs a result, right? So it's a callback function within which I say document.write the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Alright, and if it is rejected, I say dot catch, which also returns a function that says document.write. Let's just display a simple message saying that the fuel tank is not empty. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So here it displays the message, the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Now that happens because we've set the value to true here. Now in case we change it to false, let's see what it displays. Alright, it displays the message, the fuel tank is not empty. So this was a simple example showing how a promise works. Now let's go ahead and understand nested promises. So for that, let me just comment this out. And now let's create a function that returns promises. So in our case, what we're going to do is first we'll check for the fuel tank. Now in our case, we're taking a scenario where the fuel tank is empty and the engine of the car is overheating. So as a result, the car is not safe for traveling. Alright, so let's go ahead and create these functions. So I'll say let empty underscore tank, okay, which returns a promise. So within which I say return new promise, and the function takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject, within which I'm going to display a message saying resolve, which says the car doesn't have enough fuel. Alright. Now let me just copy the same piece of code to check for the engine. Alright. So let me just change the name of our variable here. Let's call it engine. And here it displays the message, the engine is overheating. Alright. And lastly, when both of these scenarios hold true, that is the car doesn't have enough fuel and the engine is overheating, we say that the car is not fit for travel. Let me just call it travel. And here I'll display a message saying the car is not safe for traveling. Alright. So right now we've created 3 functions that returns promises. So first we check for the empty tank, right? So let me just call the function here empty tank. And we make use of the then method, which is executed when the promise gets resolved, which takes a callback function. Alright, so basically when we check for the empty tank, after this is executed, we check for the engine, right? So here we simply call the engine function. So let me just say return engine. Alright. Now this is a nested promise in itself. So on top of it, I can run the then method again. So if the tank is empty and if the engine is overheating, then I'll just check if it is safe for traveling or not. So let me say function, and here let me just return the method travel. Alright. Now after this, if all of these are executed, then I say function. Finally, I'll display a message saying done. Alright. So let's save this file and execute it. So here I go ahead and click on promises. Let's go and check our console. And there we go. The message done is displayed. So here, since every time the promise is being resolved, a message is displayed, I can basically catch the message in a result. Okay. And this result can be passed to the coming methods. So here I just say result. I say result again. Alright. So now we get the message, the car doesn't have enough fuel. So we have to append it with the next message. So let me just say message here. I've used MSG. And let's just append it here. And the final message gets appended here with result. Okay, I have to add message here as well. Alright. So let's save it and execute the file. Alright, so here you can see the message done gets displayed first. And then since we're appending it after the message done, it says the car doesn't have enough fuel, the engine is overheating, the car is not safe for traveling. So this was how you can make use of nested promises. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript asynchronous concepts, that is async and await. In our previous video, we covered the topic of JavaScript promises. So without any further delay, let's go ahead and learn about async and await. Firstly, let's understand the basic concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming. In case of synchronous programming, all the actions are performed sequentially. So you have the execution of the function 1, after which you have function 2, and then you have function 3. And after all of these are executed, the program terminates. Now, although synchronous programming is clean and has lesser errors, it has its own drawbacks. The entire system is halted when a particular process is being executed. Now, as a result of which, it is time consuming and the system is not used to its full capacity. So to overcome that, asynchronous programming was introduced. Now in this case, let's assume that a particular function or a process is being executed. Now let's consider that this particular function is waiting for a resource, let's say a network resource. Now instead of waiting for the function to acquire this resource, the main thread continues its execution with function 2 and function 3. And when the resource is acquired, it receives a callback, indicating that the function 1 has to be called. And finally, the entire chain is terminated. So this is how asynchronous programming works. It makes sure that the system does not halt when a particular process is waiting for a resource. This makes the entire system very efficient. Now that you know the concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming, let's move ahead. Now async and await are purely asynchronous programming concepts. I again suggest you check out the video on promises before watching this. Alright, so moving on. What are JavaScript async functions, that is async and await? Now async and await are built on promises. The function is basically accompanied by the keyword async, indicating that it returns a promise. Within this function, the await keyword is applied to the promise that is being returned. Now the await keyword ensures that the function waits for the promise to resolve. Now on the surface, the execution looks synchronous while it's actually asynchronous. Now at the place of usage of the await keyword, the execution of the function is practically blocked. Now async functions make the code more readable and are easier to handle when compared to promises. Now to give you the general syntax, you have the async keyword associated with the function name, within which we have the await keyword with a particular promise. Now to help you understand the entire concept better, let's look at a demo. Now I've created a file called Async Await in my Visual Studio Code. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to have two functions that help you check for the result. Now you pass this code as a parameter to these functions, which in turn return promises telling if you have passed and will also give you the grade that you've scored. Alright, so let's go ahead and say let me call the variable result, and let's have a function which takes the score as a parameter. Alright, within which it returns a promise. So I say return new promise. Now as you know, a promise basically has a function which takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. Now I just display a message saying calculating results. Alright, now if my score is say above 50, I resolve it by displaying a message saying congratulations, you have passed. Alright, and if it is less than 50, I reject it with a message saying you have failed. Alright, so this is a very simple promise that I've created. So moving on, let's create another function that returns a promise. So basically this function will tell you the grade that you've scored. So say let grade equals function. Now this takes response as a parameter. So let me just say response. Now again, let me just copy this. Alright, within which I'm going to console log a message saying calculating your grade. Now we're just going to resolve the promise with the message your grade is A. Alright, and then we append the response. Now the first promise either resolves saying that you've passed, or it rejects saying you failed. And in case it gets resolved, then the next promise is automatically resolved with the grade A. Alright, so moving on, let's call the functions. So here, let me first call the function result. So I say result, and let me pass the value 80 since it gets resolved. And now I make use of the .then method. Now here I catch the response. Alright, and then I just display a message indicating results received. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the response to my next function, that is the grade function. So what I say return grade, and the parameter is response. So let me just pass that. Now what exactly happens is that the grade function also returns a promise. So on top of that, I can use the .then method. So I use the then method, and let me just say final grade, now within which I just display the message final grade. Alright. Now lastly, we make use of the catch method. In case of errors, this catches the errors. So let me just say error, and then we'll console log it. Alright, so this is the code. Let me save this and let's execute it to see its normal execution. So this is without using async and await. Alright, so let's go ahead and execute this. So here let me check the console, and there we go. It says calculating results, results received, calculating your grade. Your grade is A, and congratulations, you have passed. So this was basically without using async and await. So now let me show you how you can use async and await and how easier the code becomes. Alright, so what we can do is, let me just comment this out. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call my function, right? So I'm just going to make use of the async keyword while calling it. So I say async function, and let me call the function calculate results. Okay. So now inside this method, I'm going to call the functions result and grade. So when I first call result, the value that is returned by result is going to be stored in the variable response. So for that, let me just say const response. Now I make use of the await keyword here. I say await result of 20, or in our case, let me just say 80. Alright. So what the await keyword does is that the function result ceases to execute until the promise is resolved, and whatever the promise returns gets stored in the variable response. Alright. So now after this, let me just display a message that says results received. Alright. Now next, I'm going to call the other function, that is grade. So again, I'm going to say constant, and I'm going to have to create another variable. Let me call it final grade. And it's the same procedure. I use the await keyword and call the function grade. And I pass response as the argument. Alright. And after this, I'm going to say console log for final grade. So it's as simple as that. So first we call the result function, which returns a promise which gets stored in the variable response. Alright. Then we're going to call the grade function and pass the response as an argument, and the result of which is being stored in final grade. Alright. And lastly, we display final grade. So now you must be wondering, if this executes, what about errors? What if the value that I pass is less than 50, right? For that, I'm going to have to catch an error. So what I can do is that I can place this entire code within the try block. Alright, so let me just say try. And now what I can do is I can catch. Now if there is an error, it gets caught and then I display it. So let me say console log error. Alright. And lastly, let's call the function calculate results. Okay, so let me save this and execute it. So alright, here we go. It displays the same messages in the same sequence that we saw before. So now to give you an example of rejection, so here let me just pass 20. Alright, let's save it. And there we go. It says calculating results, you have failed. So you can make use of async and await instead of complicating the entire piece of code by using promises.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
In today's video, we're going to be learning all about JavaScript, this keyword. So without further delay, let's jump right in. So you must have heard about the this keyword several times. So in JavaScript, the this keyword basically refers to an object which is executing the current piece of code. Well, in simple terms, this keyword basically just references the object that is executing the current function. Now, if the function that is being referenced is a regular function, then the this keyword references the global object. Alright, I'm sure it must be a little tricky at the moment, but please hold on. And if the function that is being referenced is a method in an object, then the this keyword references the object itself. So to help you understand the concept better and to clarify all your doubts, let's look at a simple demo. So here in VS Code, I've created a file called this.html. Alright, you can give it a name of your choice. Now here, let me first define a variable and let's call the variable, say, value, and let's set it to say 50. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a simple function. So let me say function, my function. Alright, and within this, let me define the value for value. Let me set the value for the variable value as 100. Okay. And now let me just alert it, alright. So let me say alert value, okay, plus value. And then let me have another alert message, which is going to display this dot value. So let me just say this value, and instead of just saying value, I say this dot value. Alright, now after this, let's go ahead and call the function my function. So let me just save this and execute it. So here it says value equals 100, and then when you see this dot value, it says 50. So now here you can come back to the code and see. Now when I just say value, it takes the value 100, alright, which is taken locally. But when I say this dot value, since it is a normal function, it references to the global variable, which is here, this value. I hope this makes sense to you now. Now moving on, let's look at the behavior of the this keyword within an object method. So let me create an object here. But before that, let me just comment this out. Let's say script. And now let's create an object. So let's say const. And then I give the name of my object as random. And within this, let me say name and let's call it John. And then I create a method called info. Okay. And within this, I display a console message that says, hi, my name is. And now I make use of the this keyword. I say this dot name. Alright. And now let me just go ahead and call this method. So I say random dot info. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me check my console. And there you go. It says, hi, my name is John. So if you clearly observe here, when we say this dot name, since it is being used within a method that is defined inside an object, it references to this property here. Alright, unlike this case where it references to the global variable that was mentioned outside. So I hope this helped you understand the difference between the two. Now let's look at another simple example. So now let me just change the value of name here to say tutorial. And now let's define another property which is basically an array. So let me just call the property video, within which I have an array, let's say JavaScript, another value, say this, and then let's say keyword. And in my info method, I'm going to just display these video tags. So let me just say this. Okay, let me just delete this first. And let's say this dot video. Now since it's an array, we can make use of for each. And now for each in turn takes a callback function. And then I say, I'm going to call it a tag, the parameter that's being passed, within which I just console log it and say tag. Alright, so let me save it and then execute this. Now here you can see that the values in the video property are displayed. That is JavaScript, this, and keyword. Now let's suppose that you want to display the name along with every string here, right? So naturally you would go ahead and just say this dot name, right? It makes perfect sense. So let me just save and execute this. Now if you see, just the values of the property video are displayed here. Now the main reason for this is, if you closely observe, that this function here is mentioned within the callback function, right? So when it is referencing to the global object, which is unclear, which is undefined in this case. So to overcome this, what we can do is that the for each method takes in two properties. One is the function, the other one is the object. So here we just pass this. Alright, so what happens is, it's going to reference the current object, that is random. So let me save this and then execute it. And there you go. You can see that tutorial, that is the name, has been displayed. Alright, I hope you understood the concept of the this keyword. It could be a little tricky, but as you work on it, you'll get the hang of it. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript form validation. So now, without further delay, let's begin. So what exactly is form validation? Now I'm sure you must have filled several online forms, right? A simple example would be a new registration for a website. Now every time you miss out on giving a particular detail or end up giving faulty information, the website alerts you. So this process of ensuring that the information provided is legit is called form validation. Now this generally happens on the server side. However, JavaScript facilitates form validation on the client computer before sending it over to the server. Now there are two functions performed. One is the basic validation, which ensures that all the mandatory fields are filled. Now this is implemented with the help of a simple loop. And the other is a data format validation. Now this checks the data for its correctness. So to help you understand form validation better, let's look at a simple demo. Alright, so back in my Visual Studio Code, I've created a file called forms. Alright, it's an HTML file and I've typed down the initial code. Now the simple use case that I'm going to show will include the validation of the email and the password fields in a form. Alright, so for that, let's go ahead and first create a simple form. So here, HTML allows the form tag. So I say form, within which I'm going to provide our fields. So I say input, and then the name I'm going to be providing is email. Alright, and then I'll provide a placeholder and call it email. And then the type of the input is going to be text. Alright, And then let me just give a break tag here. So now let me just copy the same thing for my password as well. So here we go, I say password here. And then the placeholder again will be password. And then I'm going to keep the type as text. And finally, I'm going to have a button, a submit button, right? So let me say button, type is basically submit, all right? And let me display submit on my button, all right? Okay, so with the help of this, we've created a simple form. So let me show you how this looks. So here we go. We've successfully created an email field, a password field, and a submit button. And every time I click on the submit button, you can see that my page is getting refreshed. Now, once the user provides the correct email ID and password, we want to display a message. All right. So for that, I've created another file called message.html. And this is a simple file where I'm displaying the message, hello there, welcome. All right. So this is a simple message that I want to display. So for that, I have to add it in my form tag. Now, once the form gets submitted, an action has to be performed. And the action is to navigate to the message.html file, right? So let me just say action equals message.html. Now you can also provide a name to your form. So let me call it my form. All right. So let me just save this. All right. So moving on, we have to now validate the information that is provided. For that, I'm going to create a function here. So let me call the function validate. All right. So here I'm going to check for my fields, right? Now, if the email field is empty, then I'm going to alert the user saying, please enter the email. And if the password field is empty, I'm going to again alert the user to provide the password. So for that, we're going to make use of this simple if-else logic. So let me say if document dot my form dot email dot value is null. So I'm going to check if the value provided on my email field in my form is null. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say alert, please provide your email ID. Okay. And then I'm going to say document.myform.email.focus. Now, what exactly focus does is that it makes sure that the cursor remains at the email field. That is, it is focused at the same field. All right. So let me just copy the same thing for my password field. So let me say else if. Let me just copy this. Instead of email, I say password, within which I'm going to alert the user to provide the password. I'll say, please provide your password. All right. So basically, it first checks for the email field and then for the password field. So let me just say finally, else do nothing. All right. Okay. So now what we're going to do is every time we click on the submit button, the form gets submitted, correct? Now we can control when the form is getting submitted. So basically the form gets submitted when this function is executed. So for that, we can use another property here called onSubmit. And here I'm going to call my function, that is validate. So let me say validate here. Alright, so let me save this and let's check the output. So here, as you can see, let me just try submitting it without providing the email field. Alright, so here we go, it alerts us. Alright, and once I click on OK, it still displays the message, hello there, welcome. Now that is not what we want, right? So once the email field is empty, it should remain in the same page and the form shouldn't get submitted. But here in our case, it is getting submitted. So for that, we're going to have to make use of return values. So what happens is, if my email field is empty, then I'm going to return a false. So here I say return false, and here as well. And finally, when both my email and my password fields are filled, I'm going to return true. Alright. And same goes here. Let me just say return validate instead of just validate, right? So here we go. Let me save this and now let's check the output. So here, let's first submit the form without providing any information. Alright, so it says please provide your email ID. When I click on OK, observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So here, let me just give some random value. And then let's try submitting it again without providing the password. And then it says, please provide your password. Alright. Okay. Now if you observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So let me just check my code once. Here we go. I haven't mentioned password here. So let me change email to password. So let me just provide some random value at my email field and say submit. And then I get a message saying, please provide your password. And now you can see that the cursor is at the password field, right? So let me just give random information there. And then I say submit. And here we go. The message, hello there, welcome is displayed. So this was a simple demo on form validation. In today's video, we're going to learn all about JavaScript regular expressions. So now, without further delay, let's begin. So what exactly are regular expressions? Now, a regular expression is basically a sequence of characters. Now, these characters could be digits or the letters of the alphabet. And this expression usually searches for a particular pattern. Now, the user can basically define what has to be searched in a text, alright? And these expressions could be alphabet or digits as I explained before. Also, one of the main reasons that we use regular expressions is for text search and text replacement operations. So this is the general syntax. You have a pattern that needs to be checked and you have a flag associated with it. So further on in the video, I'll explain to you what flags and patterns are. But before that, let me give you a small example of what a regular expression is. So I've made use of this website called regexr.com. I'll link it down in the description box below. So this is the website. Now here, let me just show you a simple regular expression. Now say we have a text that says apple. Alright, and now we have to search for the letter A. So what I do here, now this is going to be my expression. So I first provide a pattern, right? So I just say capital A. So when I say capital A, you can see that the letter A has been matched in my text. Alright, so it's as simple as that. Now one thing to remember is that here it is case sensitive. Alright, so if I say a regular small a, it does not get matched. Alright, so if I want to match AP, I can just say AP and it gets highlighted here. Alright, so this is a simple regular expression that matches with the text. So moving on, let's see what exactly these flags, patterns and quantifiers are. So what exactly is a flag? So we previously saw that the syntax consists of a pattern and then a flag, right? So these flags basically specify to alter the behavior of a regular expression. Now these flags are generally appended after the regex literal and can be specified as a second argument in your expression, right? So let's see the different flags that are supported by JavaScript. Now you have these 5 flags here. You have G, which is the global flag. Now this finds all matches instead of stopping after the first. Alright. Then you have I, which is ignore case, which makes the entire expression case insensitive. And then you have M, which is multi-line. So the caret and the dollar match the beginning and the end of each line respectively. Then you have Unicode. And if this flag is not supported, you must match specific Unicode characters. And then finally you have Y, which finds all the consecutive or adjacent matches. So moving on, we have patterns. Now these patterns are basically brackets and are used to find the range of characters. Now again we have these patterns. You have A to Z, which finds all the characters from A to Z in lower cases only. Then we have 0 to 9, which finds all the digits between 0 to 9. And finally we have the letters of the alphabet and the digits separated by a pipe. Alright, so this basically finds any character, be it an alphabet or a digit. I hope this was clear to you. So moving on, we have quantifiers. Now these quantifiers define the number of occurrences of a particular string. Now consider n to be a string. So we have 3 quantifiers here. We have the plus, we have the asterisk, and we have the question mark. So plus indicates one or more occurrence of the character n. Alright, and the asterisk indicates 0 or more occurrences of the character n, while a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the character n. So now that you know flags, patterns, and quantifiers, let me help you understand them better with the help of a demo. Alright, so here I have a simple text which says, "Welcome to this tutorial on JavaScript. This video teaches regular expressions." Now here, when I search for a particular word, say let me search for the word this, okay? So I say this. Now ideally, even this has to be highlighted, right? However, it does not. That is because, as mentioned earlier, it is extremely case sensitive, right? So what we can do is here we have flags. So here I say case insensitive. So once I click on that, both these words get highlighted. Alright, so this was how you make use of the I flag. Now moving on, let me help you understand patterns. Now as mentioned, you can have a range of characters. Now just in case here, say I just make it case sensitive again. And here I would like to select all the letters of the alphabet from A to Z. Alright, so when I do that, you can observe all the letters are highlighted except the ones that are in the uppercase. Correct? Because that is not mentioned here. So here when I make it insensitive, you can see all of them get highlighted. So this is how you can make use of a pattern. Now to understand quantifiers, let me use a separate text. Alright, let's have a couple of A's and a few B's. Now here, when I say A, you can see all the characters A are being highlighted, right? Which is correct. But when I use the asterisk symbol here, what happens is you can observe all the 4 A's are considered to be a single unit. What asterisk does is that you can see here it says matches 0 or more of the preceding token. Now the preceding token is A and matches 0 or more occurrences of the character A. Now same, if I say B next to it, you can see all the characters B are matched, right? However, you can check the characters A in this particular text are not highlighted. I'm sure you can understand why, because the expression that I'm looking for is any occurrences of A followed by the character B. In this text here, there are no characters A and B together, correct? So here you can say that A is not highlighted. But once I give an asterisk again, what happens is that the character A gets highlighted. What happens is that B can have 0 or more occurrences. So here there is a 0 occurrence of B. So A gets highlighted. So this is how the asterisk quantifier works. Now one of the most important concepts of using regular expressions are the special characters. So here we're going to indicate the special characters with the backslash. So we have \w, for example. Now what W does is that it matches any word character, right? So all the characters here get matched. Now it also has a counter character, which is the capital W, alright? So what this does is that it does not match any word. So it matches everything that is not a word, including the periods. Now let's say we want to match all the white spaces. You can make use of the character S here. Alright, and when you have the uppercase S, it matches any character that is not a white space. Now let's say you want to match a digit. You can just have \D. So let me just type in a few digits, and here you go. All of them get matched. Now let's say you want to have a range of values that get matched, right? Now let's say I want to match just 3 digits. So I can make use of curly braces, and within which I can mention 3. Now here you can see that it matches 3 of the preceding token, correct? So the preceding token is basically a digit, so it groups them in 3s. So let me just add 2 other digits, and there we go. Same goes with the matching of words. So here, let me say W. So when I say 3, all of the characters are grouped in 3s, alright? Now let's say I want to group the words that are 3 or 4 in number. So here I can just say comma 4. Alright, now it gets matched. Alright, so now it gets grouped in 4s. So this is a simple example to show you how special characters work in a regular expression. Moving on, let's see how you can use regular expressions to search for phone numbers. Now here in my phone number, I'm going to have an area code. So let's say 080 followed by an 8-digit number. Alright, so let me give a random number. Alright, so it's 8 digits. So some people write a phone number like this, while others could write it something like this. You could have a hyphen in between and then an 8-digit number. Alright, now how are you going to look for this text? So what we're going to do is we're going to make use of the special character, that is for a digit, we'll make use of -d. And first we're going to look for the area code, that is a 3-digit number, right? So let me just say 3 here. And next we're going to have an optional hyphen. So for that, now since we learned a pattern can be enclosed within square brackets, so let me just say hyphen here, and let me say a question mark. Now a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding character, right? So we're going to have a hyphen for a question mark, and then finally we're going to have a digit again, and here the number of digits is 8. So let me just specify that. Alright, so when this happens, you can see both my numbers are getting highlighted. Although the text remains the same, it could be specified with different formats, right? So just like this, you can create expressions that match various formats. So this was just a simple video to acquaint you with regular expressions. In today's session, we're going to be learning all about JavaScript email validation. So first of all, validation is an essential part when you're communicating with the user. Almost all the websites and applications that you use have forms that you need to fill in. And every time you fill a form, that information you provide needs to be validated. So this is an essential and a crucial part. Now, when you're providing more critical information like user credentials, say your ID, your password, your date of birth, all of that needs to be validated. So JavaScript enables this with the help of a feature called email validation. Now, email validation, first of all, ensures user authenticity. It also facilitates email validation on the client side so that all the processing that takes place on the server side is faster. And lastly, with JavaScript, one can validate a name, password, email, date, etc. Now, I'm sure everybody has used email IDs, right? So here's a dummy email ID for you. One thing that you must have noticed is that all IDs come with an @ symbol. Now, the first part before the @ character is the personal data. Now here it could include your name, you can provide digits, etc. So the length of this personal information can be up to 64 degrees. And following the @ character, you have the domain name. The domain name can be up to 253 characters. Talking about the personal data, now this data can include any sort of information. You can provide your name, your birth date, etc. So basically, it can consist of all uppercase and lowercase letters of the alphabet. It can have digits from 0 to 9. It can include all special characters. And lastly, it could include the period character. One thing to remember is that the period character cannot occur twice and is not supposed to be either the first or the last character. Alright, so this was just a brief introduction to email validation. Now, to give you a better understanding, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So back in our Visual Studio Code, I've created a folder called JavaScript demo, and I've also created a file called email validation. I've also typed in the initial code. Also, if you haven't watched our videos on JavaScript regular expressions and JavaScript form validation, then I highly recommend you go through them. Email validation is basically just a combination of the two. So I'd suggest you first head back and watch those videos and come back here. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is create a form that includes the email field, right? So for that, let's go ahead and create our form. Here I'd say form, within which I'd give input. Let the ID be text. And I'll give the placeholder property and let it be email. And the type text. Alright. And then I will break the line. And finally, I have a button that's basically the submit button, right? So let me just say button. Type, say button, and then the message displayed is submit. Alright, so now when you're validating a form, you will have to provide certain cases, that is the if-else conditions, to validate it, correct? Now first, I'm going to create a function wherein I'm going to pass the information typed in by the user as an argument. And this function consists of a regular expression against which the ID provided by the user is checked. And if the pattern matches it, then the ID is valid. And if it does not, then you'll have to alert the user. So now let's create our function. Let's say script. And now let me create a function called validate. All right. And now I'm going to create a variable called mail. And I'm going to get the information provided by using this ID from the input. Now I'm going to get the text using this ID, correct? So let me just say document.get element by ID, within which the name of the ID is text. Let me say text.value. All right. So the next thing is to create a regular expression. Now consider two different IDs here. Now the domain of the first ID ends with .com, while the next one is ending with .co.in. So when we're defining the regular expression, we'll consider all possible scenarios. So now let's head back to our VS Code. And here let me just say variable regex, beginning with a /, and then you have a caret. Now the caret symbol indicates the beginning of the regular expression. Now since we can have the lower cases, upper cases, and all the digits, let's go ahead and mention them. So here, let me say A to Z, all lower cases. Then we have uppercase, and we have all digits, 0 to 9. Followed by which we can also include a period and an underscore. So when you're including a period symbol, you will have to use the escape character, that is \, and then you mention the period. Now, one thing to remember is that a period symbol in regular expression means that it can include any of the characters. But here, since we're using the literal character that is the period, we have to include backslash. After that, we can have an underscore as well. All right. Followed by which we have a quantifier that is plus. Now, plus here indicates one or more occurrences of all these characters. So here we include plus, after which we have a literal that is the @ symbol, followed by which we have the domain name. So again, the domain name can include all the letters of the alphabet and the digits. So for that, let me say A to Z, and 0 to 9. Again, to remember, we have to include the plus symbol, indicating that let me just get rid of this. So we include the plus symbol to indicate one or more occurrences of these characters. Again, followed by which we have a period symbol. So for that, let's just go and type in period. Now, you must be wondering why I didn't use the backslash. Now, a backslash or an escape sequence here can only be used within the square braces. Outside of it, it is considered as a literal. So here I just mentioned the period. Again, I highly recommend you go through the JavaScript regular expressions video to clarify all your doubts. So moving on, after this, I have to mention the extension, that is .com or .co.in. Now, generally, these extensions are in lower cases. So for that, let's just go ahead and mention A to Z, again followed by a plus, that is a quantifier, with an optional dot again, followed by the letters A to Z. Again, these can, again I mentioned plus, followed by which I'm going to add the question mark. Now, the question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding expression. So in this case, this extension, that is .in, is optional. Now, the question mark here indicates either a 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. All right. So to end the expression, you have the $ symbol and then the front slash. I might have missed something. Okay, yeah, I haven't closed this, so let me just add the parenthesis. All right. So this is your regular expression against which we're going to be checking the email ID, right? So now we're going to use the simple if-else logic. So for that, let's say if regx dot text dot mail. Now, mail is basically what has been passed by the user. All right. Now, if this is true, that is, if the mail when checked against the regular expression comes in to be true, then I'm going to alert the user saying you have provided a valid email ID, and I'm going to return true. Else, if the expression does not match, then I'm going to alert the user with a message saying, sorry, incorrect email ID. And I'm going to return a false. So now you must be wondering, where is the return value going? So for that, I have to add the onClick event on my button. So here, let me say onClick. It's going to call the validate function. All right, so there we go. Let me save this and execute it. In my browser, when I type in xyz@gmail.com, and when I click on submit, it alerts me saying you have provided a valid email ID. So to check the other condition as well, let's type in .co.in and submit. And again, it says that we've provided a valid email ID. Now, let's just add a period and an underscore as well. So if I say xyz dot a_bc@gmail.co.in, and when I submit it, it again says it's a valid email ID. For a false case, let's go ahead and remove the @ symbol and submit it. It says, sorry, incorrect email ID. Or you can also go ahead and remove the period here. And when I submit it, it still says that the ID is valid. Now, here what happens is that Gmail Co is taken as one domain name with an extension .in. So here, this is valid. So this was a simple video to explain email validation. I encourage you to play around with regular expressions and also consider all possible scenarios while you're validating your ID.
And in this session, we will be seeing what exactly is DOM, which is Document Object Model, and how can we manipulate the DOM. How do we interact with the DOM elements and nodes? And then we will wrap up the session with a very interesting and engaging demo, which is about movies. So we'll be creating a movie web page where you can see the list of movies. You can search for these movies, and we also can add a new movie and delete a movie. So these DOM manipulations we'll be seeing for a movie web page. So what is DOM? Document Object Model. It is the data representation of the objects that comprise the structure and content of a document on the web. So this DOM is a programming interface for HTML and XML documents, and it represents the page so that the programs can change the document structure, style, and content. DOM represents the document as nodes and objects. This way, programming languages can connect to the page. A web page is a document. The document can either be displayed in the browser window or as an HTML source. But it is the same document in both the cases. The Document Object Model, or DOM, represents the same document so it can be manipulated. DOM is an object-oriented representation of the web page, which can be modified with a scripting language, very powerful language like JavaScript. DOM is usually represented in a hierarchical tree-like structure. So you can see this picture onto my right, where you can see a HTML element, which will be the root or the parent element. And it has two child elements that you can see. One is the head, and then we have the body. Head consists of the metadata, like title. It also consists of script and style tags. And body comprises mostly of the content of the web page. So in this example, you can see a h1, which is a heading tag. We also have another element, which is the list element that you can see, which is an unordered list, which consists of two list items. Now, these two list items are the child elements of this particular unordered list, and these two comprises of the child element of body, which in turn is the child of the root HTML parent element. So we have a parent and child relationship that you can see over here. And when we speak about events later in the module, so you can see like how the parent can handle the child event, or the child can be able to manipulate the events of the parent element via JavaScript. So we can use JavaScript to perform different tasks of DOM manipulation, like traversing the DOM. You can read the text, or the HTML text or inner text, or whatever property value which is present in the form of the element, inside the element or a node. So you can do a read operation basically, or you also can edit or update something. And you also can add new element, We can delete the existing ones. We can change the style. So we can do all these manipulation of this document object model using just JavaScript. So all of the properties and methods and whatever events that we have available for manipulating and creating pages, and these are organized into something like objects. So the document object that represents the document itself, the table object that implements the special HTML table element, DOM interface for accessing HTML tables, and so forth. So the entire DOM, if you see, it's like object reference, object by object reference. So what is the power of JavaScript in manipulating this DOM? So we'll see the perspective of JavaScript now. So using JavaScript, as I told earlier, so you can add elements or nodes, or you also can remove the HTML elements or nodes that we see in the structure. But this is just not HTML elements or the content. Even you can manipulate the style. So you know cascading style sheet or the CSS, which represents the theme of a page. So for a web page, the theme or style is very, very important. So the HTML represents the content and CSS represents the style or theme. And the JavaScript is the core functionality or the feature of a web page. So these three things are like a trinity of a web page or website. These three things complement each other and go hand in hand. So just with your JavaScript, so your content is definitely important. Content is king for any particular website or system. So content is mandatory. It has to be there. So without content, it's nothing. But style is also very important. So if you have to attract your first-time customers, so you can attract them only with a very nicely styled theme or design. So this UI and UX design plays a very important role to attract your customers. So after attracting your customers, so these are just not enough. It is also important to provide good features. So your customer is now trying to shop from your website. So he is so attracted by your design, minimalistic, beautiful design. So he starts shopping. And after that, at some point or the other, he is unable to put items in the cart, or he is not able to contact you via some contact form. So these are provided by your JavaScript or some JavaScript packages like jQuery or Angular or React. So this is very, very important. So the functionality and feature, if you don't provide it, of course, you're going to lose your customer. So your JavaScript is so important and powerful here that, so I was saying that using your JavaScript, you can add a whole lot of HTML content. You can, from scratch, you can add styles also or change the existing style, not just the font and color. You also can completely change the spacing, padding, alignment, everything. So the entire theme, style, and content you can change via JavaScript alone. And coming back to your events. Now, this is very important part of JavaScript. This is the place where the user interacts with that web page or website. Say, for example, in the form of a form. So you have a registration form or a contact form. So using these forms, so where we have these input elements like a button, we also have a lot of text boxes and check boxes. So using all these input elements. So we can get the input and we can interact with the user. So the user can click a button and he can select something, he can blur, or he can get into some particular input element, but by gaining some focus. Now, all these are done in the help of some triggering points, which is called as events. Now, we have these event listener, especially for older browsers. And these events are nothing but some triggering point, which can trigger some actions. Now, these actions are termed as functions or your handler for that particular event. So, to put this in a very simple layman form, Say, for example, someone is ringing the bell, your doorbell, and you're getting up and you're attending the door. So you're opening the door and checking who is it. So in this scenario, so someone ringing the bell is the event. And you getting up and going and seeing, so who is it, and accordingly responding. So that would be the function. So that is the action. So that particular event, doorbell ringing, has triggered you to do or take some action, which is your function. So we will see more about this event. So in this project, we'll have a lot of events, and we will also be handling those using some functions and actions. So what next? Here in our project, so in this demo that we will be seeing, what are we going to do? So what is the takeaway? So what can you expect out of this? So you can see this screenshot. So this is the web page that you will be creating. Now this web page, as I told you earlier, it is a movie website. So it's like a movie web page. It's a single page that we are going to create. And you can see a list of movies to watch, some latest movie. So you also have some red color buttons to your right. So these buttons so here it is written as delete button. And there is also a green color add button over there, which is at the end of the page, where you can input some movie name and you can dynamically add it. Now all these we are doing via JavaScript. So you can statically add it also using your HTML. But in this particular example, so we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically add a new movie. And if you want to delete those movies, we are going to delete that also. So this is what we are going to see as an example. And in this demo application, so wherein you can create these details of the movies. Now I have to say something here. So I have styled this using CSS, but we will not be going in depth into the CSS because that is not in our scope, but I will walk you through the code that I have written so that you get this beautiful, the background image and the alignment and margin and padding. Those are the properties that I have included to get this style. So I will walk you through that. Then once that is done, so we'll focus more on our JavaScript code so that we can create this particular movie website in an easier, so very, very simpler, easier manner. So how we can implement this particular concept of DOM manipulation. So that we will be seeing in our movie project. Okay, so let's get started. And before we begin with the actual coding of creating a new movie and deleting a movie, so before we do that, I would like to walk you through the actual application. So let's get started on that. So before we get on to the coding and stuff, so I would like you to take a look at the final web page or the website that you would be creating. So let's take a look at that now. So this will be the website that you will be developing. So you can see that it's a movie web page. It's kind of a single page application because we are creating just one single web page for this particular demo. So you can create any number of pages you want later. But for this, we are just going to create one index.html. Now in this, if you can see, there is a list of movies here, popular movies. Yeah, so most of my favorites that you can see. And as I move my cursor, you can see that there is a purple color, like a border. That's actually a border that I have written in CSS. It's a border property. So you can see that on the left, which is highlighting that particular row. And you also can see a corresponding button in red, which is the delete button. So when I press, it's going to delete that particular movie. And you also can see a text box at the end of this page. And there is a green color button to add a new movie for this. So you can see the entire page has been styled in CSS, so it looks quite appealing. So I have given an image which emulates like a movie theater screen, and there is a card that you can see. So this is the card, and so which has this title and a tagline, and all these have been aesthetically arranged here, as you can see. So there's a lot of CSS here, so which goes about to create the theme and style of any web page. So CSS is very, very important. So if you have to attract any probable customer for your page or for your business, something that is very important, the entity that is very important is your style or your theme. So the CSS plays a major role over here. So I will show you the, I will have a code walkthrough of how I have styled using CSS. So let's try to add a movie over here. You also can see there is a placeholder, tip also, text also over there. Let's go on with this movie. Yeah, the popular one. So let's say add, and you can see instantly now Avengers getting added at the end of this particular row. And you also can see that there is a delete button that got added automatically. So if I have to delete a movie, so you can see that it just goes off instantly. And I have to remind you, so this is not linked to any database, so it's not persistently stored. So if I have to refresh it, you get everything back. So this is just like stored in an array. So it's just a list of movies that we are just going to store in the page. So if you have to have these changes reflected, of course, you'll have to connect it to a database. So this is what we are going to do. So using the DOM and using the JavaScript features, so how are we going to add an entity or element to your DOM, and how are we going to delete it? So this is what you can expect out of this demo. All right, so here we are in the editor. I'm using Visual Studio Code. So this is the editor that I'm using currently. I do use other editors like Sublime, Brackets, WebStorm. So this is purely up to you. Whichever is the editor that you're comfortable with and you're already working, even if it is going to be Notepad++, or if you're from a Java background and you use Eclipse more, you can go ahead with Eclipse. So whatever is your editor, your preferred choice, you can go with that. Visual Studio Code I've been working since the inception, so I'm also from the .NET background, so I've worked exhaustively with Visual Studio also. So here this editor is very comfortable in many ways. It is just not for JavaScript. You also can use VS Code for Angular or React or Python, any other type of technology that you choose, any type of web development, you can use Visual Studio. So it has a very nice, intuitive and simple user interface, and it has an integrated terminal, so where you can run your server also, and it has a very good debugging options with IntelliSense, and you can install packages on the go, and you can also use this particular space for deployment also. So it's pretty easy and comfortable. So if you prefer Visual Studio and you're from that background, or you have been using exhaustively for mean stack or MERN stack, so you can use Visual Studio. Otherwise, it's completely up to your choice. So you can see that I have a folder which is called as DOM demo, where I already have 3 files there. So 2 of which is nothing but some pictures. So this is the background so that I'll be using. So if you could recollect, so I had shown you the web page with that theater background. So I will be using these 2 images for that. So you can take a look at it. So you can see this one, right? You could recollect that. So I will be using this for background, and where I will be listing out the movies. So I will be using this image. I will not be using the entire image. I will be cropping and I will be using it. And all the style to use these images for other style features also, for including those buttons and the rows. All these I have used CSS, cascading style sheet, and so this is the style that I will be including. So I will not be explaining each and everything. So I presume so you all have some basic knowledge of CSS and HTML. So what I have done briefly to get that style, I will explain it in a very concise manner, so that you will get an idea what feature I have included, and you can explore on your own these style features. So you can see that the background image I have added as this property, and the size, font family, and colors and spacing I have set. This is for the heading. And so you should be knowing about different types of selectors, like ID selectors, tag selector, class selector. So this hash denotes the ID selector. So I will be using this ID selector when I'm creating my HTML page. So what I have done is, for that particular, I'm creating one container. Okay, so for that container, I'm giving a name called as wrapper. So where this container is the one which is going to list out all the movies for us. So the margin, padding, border, now these are very, very important. So if you want to have a evenly aligned, readable, legible list or text or content, so you have to play around with these different properties of CSS. And you also can see that there is a page banner. So this is the outermost container. Then I will also be showing an image within that where the movie list will be displayed. And within that, I will be giving the top movies, that list. So for that and the paragraph or the tagline, so some of these alignment features and width and margin I have given. So you also can see that I have given certain elements with these IDs, movie list, and this is for the button add movie. Margin has been given there, and the list it's an unordered list. So unordered list, I don't want to specify any particular bullets there. So ordered list will be having 1, 2, 3 or ABCD. Unordered, usually bullets will be displayed. So I don't want any bullets, so I'm displaying that as none. And so this is the one I have used for the list items that you can see. And by default, if I don't move the cursor, the border left, if you can recollect, I had one purple color one, right, which got highlighted only on the left border. So by default, I have made it as, gray. So, but when I hover so this is the pseudo list. So when I hover over it, so the state, it gets changed. So the color becomes purple here. And these are the style features that you can see for the delete button. So this is the delete button. So it's a class. So that's why it has this period symbol. And so what are the difference? So it has a radius, it has a rounded corners, that button. And the text is white, so all these. And again, when I hover, so from red it changes the background color. And you also can see this is the style for the add movie button. You can see that. So this is predominantly, it is in gray color. And so this is for the input, which is your text box. And this is the add movie button. So this particular button, so I have made it as green, and you can see the other features also. And again, so hover, it becomes like a dark green. So these things and all you can change, right? And for these label, so for all the elements that I will be creating now in the index.html, so this is the style that I'm going to apply. So you can go ahead with your own style. There is no restriction, so you can change the color, the alignment. You want to change the background layout, so completely up to you. So our focus is not CSS for this particular demo. So our focus is on the JavaScript's DOM manipulation. Alright, so let's start creating our web page. So the first step, how do we create our web page, is by creating a HTML page. After we create a HTML page and set those content, the list of movies, we'll try to create the most important file, which is your JavaScript file. And we will connect all these together to your HTML file. So we already have the styles.css in place. So after we create our HTML page, we'll be creating the JavaScript page also, and we will be connecting all these three together. So here you can see there is an icon which states new file. And so let's give this name index.html, and you can see the icon gets magically changed over there. So I have a corresponding extension file which actually gives all these extension. The logos will be automatically updated. So you might not be having that by default. So if you want, you can just go ahead with your these extensions. You can see that. So you can see this. This is the one that I've already included, VS Code icons. So if you want to have those logos so that you have a clear picture of what you're creating, you will be able to do it. So here we also can create one more, which is your app.js. This is the one that you will be creating next. So you can see this JS icon also pops up nicely. So by default, you might not be seeing this icon. So, but if you have that particular extension, that file, you should be able to see it. All right. So inside my index.html, so let's start with our coding. So first thing, so you can see that very nicely, this IntelliSense is also popping up. Okay. So here I say that it is a HTML5 document. So the HTML document, earlier we had HTML4 version for many years. So recently it was upgraded, W3C, which is our World Wide Web, upgraded that to the next level, which is your HTML5. So here, this particular, the first line where it denotes the namespace, it's much more concise and precise now. Otherwise, if you know about, if you have already coded in HTML4, you will know the pain of writing that, lines and lines of that namespace. So the first line indicates that it is a HTML5 document. So now we'll have to specify the root element or the parent element or the outermost one, which is our HTML. So all our tags and elements goes inside this HTML tag. So we have this head and we also have the body. So head, as I told you earlier during the discussion, so where I was saying that all the metadata and other properties like your title and so if you want to link other files like your styles or your script, everything goes inside your head. Having said that, you also can include your script src anywhere inside your body. Also, you can have more than one script source also. Not necessarily that it has to be inside your head only. But we specify some metadata and other within your head elements. So here I'm including one character set here. So this is the default one, which is your Unicode. Okay, 8. So not mandatory, but you can include this one. And as I told you, we can also include your style and we also can include your script, but we'll do that later. So right now I'll just include my title, so which will be displayed on the web page title bar on the topmost one that you can see. I would say movie time, right? So now this goes inside the head. Inside our body, as I told you, while we were going through this style, so we have already created this outermost container and I have given some name for that. So we will be using this in our HTML content. So where I'm going to create a div and all the ID so will be represented as hash that you will be using in your CSS. So you can see this one. So I've used this hash. It means that we'll have to use an ID over here. So let's say wrapper. Now this is going to be my outermost div and all other elements are going to be present inside this div. And inside my div, I'm going to have a header. So this is a HTML element header. And inside this header, I'm going to have the title. So which says movie time, and it also has a tagline. I showed you in the finished web page. So those movie title as well as the tagline, I'm going to include it here. So inside my header, I'm going to have this one more div, and I've already created the style for this. So this will be the page banner. And inside my page banner, I'm going to have this title. So the movie title, I'm going to use h1 over here, and I'm also giving the class because I've already defined. And you also can define the style outside, or you can have a style inside the head that you can refer. So in that case, it would be referred as internal style. Now this will be external style. But if you want, you can also have an inline style. Say for example, I can include a style property here. So this will become the inline style of h1, which will have the highest precedence. So in this, I say I want to have a white color. So you can either pick from the text as such, or you also can give this hex value. So both are same. Then after that, so all your CSS properties are terminated by a semicolon, and it's separated with this colon, like this property name and the value separated by colon, and the statement, it ends with a semicolon. So here you specify whatever is the heading that you wish to display. And next, we will be giving the tagline. So let's also have an inline element for the tagline. So we'll be using the same thing, which is the white text. Since we are going to have a colored background, so we are using the white text here. So I'm copying and pasting it here. Yeah. So here, so we'll have to close this. Here, let's say a curated list of most amazing movies. So you can write your text like however you want. So however you want to display those taglines and the title. So I'm closing my paragraph here, and I'm also giving a break there. And so with this particular div, which is the page banner, so this is over. So I've created this page banner just to display. This is the entire thing is your header, you can see. So this is your div, which is your banner, and this entire thing is my wrapper. So I still have my list of movies that will be coming up here in this section. So this will be the title and the tagline. So after this header, I want to include a div which is going to be my movie list. So we'll call this movie list, and inside which I'm going to have the title again, something like a subtitle. So I'm using my H2. So where I say, again, I give this title class, so which will be used in styling, and within which I will say movies to watch. So this will be the title for the list. So after which we are going to include our unordered list of movies. Now inside the unordered list, I'm going to have now, see, two things here. If you could recollect the movie page that I had shown, we will be creating the name of the movie in the row-wise format, and it will also be having the delete button. So you would be able to see that the delete button would be there, and so both elements have to be there for each movie list. So I will be specifying the name of the movie here, and I will also be specifying the delete button. So inside my list item, I'm going to have a span. Now this span, so I'll say, so it will have name, and where, let's include the first one, and done, and I will be including a span element for the delete button also, and I will just say delete. Okay, so let me copy this one, because we are just going to use this for all this particular style for all our movies. So I'm copying this and I'm pasting maybe 4 or 5 movies. So 3, 4 and 5. Okay, so let's write whatever movies that you want over here. So let me just change these movies quickly. Okay, so all of my favorite movies, Inception again, yeah, and Stage, and okay. All right, so the last one, maybe I have included one extra, it's okay. Avengers, the Avengers or Avengers, okay, whatever. So I have included this 5 movies now. So with this movie list is over. So now next what we will do is we'll have to do one more thing before we move on to JavaScript file. So in this one we have to create our, we will be having a form element here. The main reason being we have to include a submit button so that I can inform the JavaScript module or the function, so which can handle the addition of new movie when I have to click on the add button here. So I'm giving a name for the ID. So this will be the form, so which will be the parent element, and inside the form I'm going to what we are going to have is we are going to have the button and also the input box. So the input, the text box we will be including, so you can see the list of input elements of your HTML. So we'll be selecting text, and we can have a placeholder. It's nothing but the text, so where I can specify, okay, so this should not be inside. Okay, so this is text. So the placeholder property where you can give some hint of what is supposed to be entered in that text box. So I'll say add So let's close this input box. Now this button, let's add. So now this is going to invoke the function which we will be adding in the JavaScript page. So with this, we have closed this form and we have also closed this div and the body. So with this, the HTML content, the code for the HTML content is ready. So if you have to see this page, so I have this option set up here. So open in default browser. So when I click this one, okay, so you can see this, and so if you're wondering why is this blank over here, you can see this here now. Yeah, it's the main reason is I've given white text because we'll have to include the style. We have not included the style yet, so just the HTML content, it looks like this. So it's not, it doesn't look so great, I know. So there is no JavaScript function also, but we can see that whatever content that we have mentioned, so it has been displayed properly. So the next step for us to do is to add the CSS and see if it matches the style that I had shown earlier. So if you have to add the CSS, so let's see. Okay, so we have now seen before adding CSS. So I keep saying about the importance of the style and theme also. So I know your content is ready, but it doesn't look so attractive. So how could you make it so engaging and so that the probable customer or your business user can start using your web page? So how can you make it much more engaging and attractive? Let's add this CSS and see if it creates a magic or not. I know this is not our prime focus, but CSS definitely helps. So the link is the tag that we will be using to specify the reference. So this is the reference where I have to add. So whatever is your CSS style. So this is an external style. So I use my href property to attach this external style here. So I'll have to include, so you can see that it gets listed. Yes. And it's not mandatory, but still you can mention that it is a style sheet. So CSS is the default style sheet, and JavaScript is the default scripting language for your HTML. So we have attached this now. Okay, so let us see again. Okay, look at that now. Look at that. So you can see this before CSS. So literally it is nothing. It doesn't look like anything at all. But you can see like after CSS. So if you are, if you have fancy taking for your fonts, if you love fonts, maybe you can change all these fonts. I've used some default fonts. So however you want, you can go ahead and change it. You can see that whatever we have given in the CSS that I've highlighted, it's now getting reflected in this new page. So you can see the difference between this and this. So that's why I opened another tab for you to see the difference. But nothing is going to work. So you can see that the hover, so you can see the red is changing into maroon, and this maybe not much of a difference, but you still can see. I would say if you're using CSS, don't change those text size and the alignment and placing, because there the effect that you will be getting where it will be like flickering a lot, and it will be the alignment will be an issue. Always change the color or some highlight, those things, not the size and alignment. So you can also see like how nicely these rows are getting highlighted. So now whatever we add, so nothing is going to be coming on because we don't have a JavaScript functionality yet. So that is what we are going to see now next. So let's start our JavaScript coding, which will be the next module. Now let's start with the app.js, which will be your JavaScript file that you will be including and coding for DOM manipulation. So this app.js file has to be integrated inside your index.html. So how we have included our style, we will have to use another element, which is your script, and we have to include src instead of href. So that we will do it later. So now let's start creating this code for the app.js. So let's start with this document element, and we will have to do the coding for one of the event. So we'll be writing those functionality, whatever we have done. So we are going to create the event and attach your functionality for that particular event. So there are ways, different ways by which you can do it. An event listener is one of the ways. So I can specify, so as you can see in this IntelliSense, this purple color box indicates that it is a method. So you can see that it is a method. And this blue brick that you see, so that is a property. So we'll be using this method. So I'm adding an event over here. So what is the event that we are going to add now? So we are adding this event, which is called as the DOM. So I will explain. So what exactly is this? DOM content loaded. Now this event fires when the initial HTML document has been completely loaded and parsed. So without for other dependencies like your CSS files, style sheets, images, or any other elements to finish loading. So your original content, so if it is loaded and passed, this event will be fired. And the target for this event is your document itself, and that has to be loaded. And you can listen for this event on the window interface to handle it in the capturing, bubbling, or the tumbling phase. So JavaScript event has different type of phases also. When the event can traverse inside from your parent to your child, so that it can be handled at that level also, it's called as your tunneling. And when it has to go upwards, so it will be like bubbling phase. So different ways by how your event can traverse and it can be captured. So there is another event which is called as load. Now that will be, you will not be using that for this particular purpose. So here I'm just using this event to check if the content, if that particular document, your HTML document is loaded without the other dependencies. That's what I said, without the style sheet or other features to be loaded. But another event is there which is called as just load, and it should be used to detect a fully loaded page along with style sheet and everything. So it's usually people confuse between this load and the document content loaded. So understand the difference. For load, it is like fully loaded, whereas DOM content loaded is only when the DOM features or the HTML content is loaded. So let's write the function for this. So we will be using this syntax. So first is this event name, and here we are going to include the function. So all of the function that we will be including, so it will be going inside this main function that I have. First thing that I'm going to do is create a variable. In this case, we will be creating a constant because we are not going to change anything. To capture where exactly these event and the functions will be affected. So in our case, the list, movie list is where we are concerned. We can add a movie, we can delete a movie. So we have to create entity which can refer to that particular list. So I'm creating. So you can use a var also. Here, since this is not going to be changing, so I'm using a constant. So I'm using this method which is called as your query selector, by which you can select that particular, the element, whatever element that you have created. So here I want to select my unordered list. So I'm using this movie. So it is present inside container which is called as your movie list. So inside which I'm selecting this unordered list, and that is getting stored in this list. So this is, it's like disabled or like grayed out because we have not used this list object yet. So when we use it, so it will be highlighted. I'm also going to create one more to store my form. So whatever forms, you can have like multiple forms also, and all the form elements I'm storing here. And so let's do the first one. Say if I have to delete my movies. So to delete these movies, I'm going to attach. So we have already created that list. So to that list, now I told you, right? So now if you start using it, it will be highlighted. So you can see that one. So I'm adding another event listener. So whenever I'm going to click that, I'm going to check if the user is clicking the delete button or he's clicking something else. So I'm using this click event. So I'm attaching an event handler I'm attaching over here. And then I'm also, you can also pass on another parameter. So in this case, I'm passing some E parameter, which is, you can also name it as event also, or whatever name that you want. So this event parameter is nothing but all the metadata will be stored in that particular object, E or the event object. So it will have all the necessary properties stored there. So you can find out the source of the event, you can find out the target of the event. So everything will be stored in the event object. So here I'm checking using my if condition. So I'm checking if the target, okay, so if the target element has, I told you, the event object will have the source where it originated and which is the target. So here I'm checking if the class name is equal to delete, meaning if I'm trying to click on the delete button, I'm checking that. So if it is right, so if it is true, then I'm creating li, which is your list item, and I'm trying to remove that particular element there. So I'm saying the target. So I'm saying which is the parent. See, when I have to delete the element, it has to delete the entire li, right? Including the span, which is the movie text. Also one more span, which has the delete button. So I have to delete the parent element. So here I'm mentioning that I'm creating the li, which is the parent element. And now I say the parent node of this particular li. So I want to delete this. So to delete an entity in DOM, if you have to do it, you have an method which is called as your remove child. So you can see that. So the parent node along with your, so both your span, so the entire li element I have to remove. So I'm removing it like this. I'm calling this method which is called as your remove child, which is going to remove that particular li element. So now this is with your li. So here we have added this and we are trying to delete it. So this is one of the functionality, and the next one that we have to do is add movies. So before adding the movie, so let's see if this is going to really work. So for that we have to include one more step. What is that? Yes, right. We have to attach it. So your index.html does not have this app.js linked yet. So let's add that. So here we'll be using script src is equal to, so this is my app.js, and let's include this one. So once you have included, so in my app.js, I have given the main DOM content loaded event. So underneath I have these different features included. One is the deleting the movie, another one that we will be writing is adding the movie. So let's see if this is going to work or not. So go back to this. I've already added the script, and so you can open it, or you can refresh the existing page also. Let us see if the delete button really works now. Yes, it works. So, okay, I just deleted everything, but as I told you earlier, this is not a permanent database that you will be like storing. So these does not get reflected in a persistent way. So when we refresh the page, we are going to get it back, but we can see that the deletion via DOM manipulation using JavaScript code has worked successfully now. So we are done with the first feature. So we will have to move on to the second one, where we can add a new movie, and when we click on this button, it has to be instantly added. Let us go back to the editor to add the next feature now. So let's get started with adding the new movie. So it's not like the straightforward delete feature. There are certain series of steps that is involved when we are adding a new movie. So first being to creating the elements, like whatever elements that we are going to add. So it's just not one text or the movie list. We also have to add the delete button along with that, right? So that would be the first one, and the second one would be to add the text content as such. So what is the text content or value? What is the new one? So the delete text and also the name of the movie. So that has to be added. And you can see that each and every, it has a distinctive style property. The left a purple border when it is highlighted, and each row it also has a delete, which is like a red color button which is curved on the edges. So these different style features have to be included. So how do we do that? So that would be another step that we have to do, which is adding the classes. And finally, we will have to attach it to the DOM. So then you attach it to your DOM element. So let's start with the first phase. So all these elements now, it's present in the form. So from the form, we are trying to add the new movie, new element. So for that, we'll have to capture the form. So form is in the form of an array. So each HTML element can have n number of forms. So we have already given the ID as add movie. For that form, we just have one form. So we are retrieving that, and I'm storing it inside my add form constant. Next, so I'm using this add form to add this event listener over here. So when the button, so here you can have all these events. So here I'm saying submit is the event. So submit is the most important event, so by which you can actually submit the value. Otherwise, whatever changes that needs to be captured will not be done properly. So I'm including this function. And again, I'm passing this event object, which is your E. So now here, I'm adding all these ones. So first one that I'm doing over here is to include your prevent default. This prevent default method cancels the event if it is cancelable, meaning that the default action that belongs to the event will not occur. Say for instance, if we have to use it when the user clicks on a submit button, but it has to prevent that clicking or submitting of a form, or there is a clicking on a hyperlink or something, but it should be prevented. So these default actions now, if you want to prevent, so you can use this one. So here we are going to use it because we don't want this to be literally bubbled up, and but you also have to note that not all events are cancelable. You can use the cancelable property to find out if some event is cancelable or not. And this particular prevent default method also does not prevent further propagation of an event through the DOM. So if you want to literally stop it, so there is another method which is called a stop propagation. So we are invoking this method first, and so let me just close this one also, and I want all these other features to be included within this one. Okay, so first step after creating the capturing the form element, I want to create the other constants for these values and elements, the other elements. So first thing, I'm creating a constant called as value. Now here I am selecting using the query selector again, this method again, and I want to retrieve this input type. So where I say my text box, so I want to retrieve it. So where I say the type as text. So I want to retrieve the input type where the type is text. So be very careful with the quotes. So if you are using the double quotes as the outer one, just use it for that, and use an inner, for the inner quote use a single quote, so vice versa. So check on that and how it is closing. So otherwise it will not throw any error, but you will not be getting the value that you expect also. And the second constant that I want to create it is for the list item. So here I have the document, and here we are going to use this special method. You can see that there are so many number of create element, create event, many create methods are there as a part of JavaScript DOM feature. So we are going to use this one, create element, and I'm going to create a new li element because this is the one that we want, which needs to be added to the unordered list. And of course, we will have to create the corresponding variable or the constant for the name of the movie. So that has to be there, right? So I'll have to create that one. So that one again is, as you can see, it's a span. So I'll show you the HTML code here. So quickly, let's go. And so you can see this one. So this is what we are trying to create here in this feature. So I will have to create two elements over here. So one is for the movie, another span is for the delete button. So these two has to be created. So this is a span, and you can see that the class will have to add next. But this li element, we have to create it like this. That is what we are doing here. So I am creating a span. So one is for the movie name, and another one we have to create a delete button. So if we have to create a new record, so each record has a movie name as well as the delete button. So I'm going to create that as well. So in this one again, so what is the element that we will be creating? In both the cases, both are span, which is present inside li. So li is the parent element, and these two span will be the child element. So all these have been now created individually or separately we have created. Now we have to set the hierarchy. So we have to append these two as child of this li, and this li has to be attached to this body. So this one, so this appending will do it at the last, right? So first step, we have created this elements. So first we have retrieved the movie, and we have attached event listener for the submit button, and then in the second phase of creating elements, we have created. So we have checked if whatever is the value that the user is entering inside the text box. So using that, we are going to create it. So then we have created the li element, which is your list item, and then the span element for the movie name, span element for the delete button. So all these have been created. Now let's go to the next phase, which is to add the text content. So we have already received the value that the user has entered in the text box, and we are storing it in the constant called as value. So now that we have to attach it to this particular element, which is the movie name. Okay, so that will be the next one. So here I will say movie name dot. So it has this property, as you can see, which is called as the text content. So this is the span element. So if you have to create a text for that, so I'm saying that whatever the user has entered in the text box, that is stored in the value constant, so that I am storing it here, that I'm passing to my text content property of the movie name, which is nothing but the span that we have created. Now the second one, we have also created this delete button span, right? So content we have to create, so which is nothing but the text that will be displayed. So here we are creating the button as delete button. Okay, so however you want to create it, remove or the decaps, however you want to create, you can go ahead and create it. So now this step is also over. So first we have created this form, and then we have created all these elements, the corresponding li, and then the movie name span, delete button span. And then we have also attached the corresponding content for these two span elements. Now we have to add the style. So of course you can see like how it is displayed. So this one has a red color buttons, and then you can see the different these borders, so that we have already created in the external style sheet. This has to be updated here. So we are doing this. So I say class list dot add. So this is add. So we are adding the class name for the corresponding element that we have created, so that you get the style feature that we have already defined. Okay, by default it goes on with your add event listener. Alright, so this is the class name. Okay, so we are adding it. So let's go to the style.css, and so you can see this delete and name. So all these are present over here. Right, so all these are there. So I want to attach, so you can see this one, name and delete, it already has this one. So that we are trying to attach it here. So this step is also over. So we are attaching the class for the style or the theme purpose. Now final and most important one is to attach it to the DOM, so that all your content along all your elements along with those textual content added with those class properties with the CSS features, now it is all rendered onto your DOM in a proper hierarchical way. So that is now is very important. So that is the final step. So I am saying li. So now li is your parent element, right? So I am attaching my li. First, your li has to be attached to the list. I think we have already created this list, which is nothing but the unordered list. So this li has to be attached to the list, and inside your li, these two spans, your movie name and delete button, both has to be attached. So your movie name and delete button are the child elements of li, and li is the child element of your list. So it has to be attached. So first let's attach your movie name. So the child of your li, which is the first span, and I'm also attaching the delete button, so which is another span child, and finally I'm attaching the li, which is in turn a child of the list element. Okay, so here I say list dot append child, which is your li. Okay, but inside your li you can see the movie name and delete button. We can go to the index.html to check. So ul or the list is the parent element, inside which I have my li list item, and the li it becomes the parent for these two, which is the name of the movie and the delete button for each corresponding record. So these two child elements first we are attaching to li, and then this li we are attaching to the ul. So that is what we are doing here, right? So this will be the final and most important step. So with this we are done with our script. So make sure you save this one, and let's go back to this and refresh it once. Okay, so this delete button, it is working as usual. We have already seen that, and let's see if new movie can be inserted. Okay, let's say wow, now you can see that instantly new movie has been added at the bottom, and you can see the two span elements, okay, which is the child of this li. It gets added to the parent, which is the list item. So this is the outermost one, which is the ul or your list, and then each one is the child, which is your li. The li has two child, which is your movie name as well as the delete button. So we have first created these values, and then the classes have been added to ensure that the CSS is consistent. And then finally we use the DOM's append child. You can use your append method also to attach it so that this hierarchy is formed. So using DOM manipulation via JavaScript. So we have seen that so very powerful in a powerful way, and in a very simpler and effective way, how we can add new elements, new nodes, attach events, listen to events, and also to delete it. All these, it can be done so effectively. So you can keep adding more. You can try to validate this also, and say if I want to edit this, I want to edit the existing movies, even that it is completely possible. You can do that, or only the style if you want, you can change that style also. So everything just with JavaScript. So just with JavaScript, so how you can create the elements. So without the HTML content at all, you can just right from the heading to the footer to the content, everything you can create just with your JavaScript. So that is the power of JavaScript. So I think we have done quite enough with this DOM manipulation. So for a quick recap, we started with these three files. So style.css. So I walked you through the entire style and theme features I have incorporated. And we also had these two images already. So you can include, so this is just an overview guideline of how this DOM can be manipulated in one way. You are free to explore having this as a base, and you can just work upon how you want to carry on with your DOM manipulation. So we created first this index.html. So we created all the content, the head and body. And initially we didn't attach it with the style sheet as well as the script. Then we created those containers, the wrapper and page banner, so that we had the corresponding styles for all these. And we also created a UL, which is an unordered list with all these list items. So these list items internally, so it has, each one had two span One is the name of the movie, another one is the delete button for the movie. And you also can see that last we have also added an input element for the text box where you can add the movie, and also a button to submit so that the new movie has been inserted. So after this, we created this JavaScript coding. So we started with the DOM content loaded, and first we saw the delete movie. We use the event listener whenever I click on the delete button. So based on the event object, I check for the target and I'm removing that particular element. So I'm using the remove child over here for deleting a movie or deleting any particular node as such. And we are using append child to add the movie. So these two are the important functions that you have to keep in mind. And in the second one, we added a movie. First, we created this form, we captured this, and then we created those individual elements, the li, span for the movie name and delete button. And we also had those values that needs to be written, which was added. And then we added the class. And finally, we used the append child to append these two span element to the li. And then li, which is the child of your list, gets added. So that is how we saw this DOM manipulation. So I hope you all enjoyed this demo, and also your the concept of your DOM manipulation via JavaScript is clear to all of you.
Hey there, let's consider a discussion between Joe and Jess. Joe wishes to learn JavaScript but is overwhelmed with the vast amount of content to cover. Jess kindly helps in creating a learning path to make things easier for Joe. If you're looking for assistance with this too, then you're in the right place. So let's begin. To make things easier, I've classified the topics into fundamentals, advanced level topics, web platform, and other tools and frameworks. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, then make sure you hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. First, let's begin with JavaScript fundamentals. I'm sure these are topics that everybody has already learned. However, getting your fundamentals strong lays the foundation for better and faster learning. Some of these include the lexical structure of JavaScript, JavaScript variables, types, and expressions, JavaScript functions, which include the function constructor, self-invoking functions, functions as values and objects, arrow functions, generator functions, and predefined functions. Then there's JavaScript arrays. It could be array methods, map, reduce, and filter. Then there's JavaScript loops, which include the for loop, for in loop, while loop, and the do while loop. And then we have objects, which include creating objects, object properties, methods, and accessors. Moving on, there is data structures like boolean, string, number, null, undefined. There's control flow statements like if, else. There's data object. There's type conversions, that is converting from one data type to another. Then there's mathematical operators. And lastly, there's scope in JavaScript that talk about the local and global variables. Now, once you've laid your foundation strong, you can go ahead and work on more advanced topics. Now, let's have a look at them. First one being callbacks. Now, this is a pillar for something called as asynchronous programming. And then there's promises. And finally, there's async await that are built on promises to achieve asynchronous programming. There's closures that are an extension of variable scope and define how global and local variables are accessed. The next important concept to learn is timers that help in delaying the execution of certain code or functions. Then there's prototyping, followed by inheritance. Now they specify how JavaScript objects inherit properties and methods from a prototype. Next up, there's binding. There's also regular expressions where you'll have to learn about flags, patterns, quantifiers, meta characters, and basic string search and replacement techniques. Lastly, we have Unicode, event loops, which involve blocking an event, creating a simple event. And lastly, we have generators. Moving on, let's look at some of the important web platform tools required to master JavaScript. First up, we have cookies that talk about how to create, read, change, and delete cookies for any web browser. There's local storage, that is, you'll have to know how data is being stored locally on the browser. We have APIs or application programming interfaces that define how to extend functionalities to a browser. One such important API is the Fetch API, which is important to request resources, be it network resources or database resources. Finally, there's the document object model that defines how anything that is being changed on the browser is affecting the model state and vice versa. And lastly, we have service worker, which is basically a script that runs in the background of a web browser and assists in offline app development. Moving on, let's have a look at the tools supported by JavaScript. Now, JavaScript offers a wide range of these libraries and frameworks. However, you could choose to learn whichever that suits your interest and requirements. Firstly, there's React, which is an excellent JavaScript front-end library that helps create interactive web pages. Now, there's Angular, which is a JavaScript framework that is used to create single-page applications. Next up, we have Vue, which is also a front-end JavaScript framework used to create single-page applications. Now, although these libraries and frameworks have the same objectives, their underlying architecture and working differ. And as a result of this, different people prefer different frameworks and libraries for app development. You can choose the one you wish to learn and go for it. Next up is TypeScript. Now, TypeScript basically defines a set of types to JavaScript and helps users write JavaScript code that is easier to understand. Typically, all the TypeScript code compiles down to JavaScript code. The next framework is Electron. Now, this framework again enables you to create desktop applications with the help of JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. And lastly, there's jQuery. Now, jQuery is a lightweight, write less, do more JavaScript library. The purpose of jQuery is to make it much easier to use JavaScript on your website. It does so by simplifying AJAX calls and DOM manipulation. Now, to give you a simple overview of what we've learned, we have beginner level or fundamental topics. Then we have the advanced level topics, there's web platform, and finally there's tools. But you must be wondering, how can we help you? Now, one thing you could do is take up a Simplilearn certification course. Now, to help you understand this better, let me just open the website. Here you can type in JavaScript. And there are a few courses and master's program that we provide. You have the Node.js training course, and then there's the full stack developer mean stack master's program. You can also click on them and go through the overview. And if you think this is what you're looking for, you can go ahead and take up the course. Now, there are a lot of aspiring full stack developers out there, so I'm sure this video will help you all out. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So here are the topics that we're going to be discussing. So first we'll see what full stack development is, who is a full stack developer, then we'll move on to the responsibilities, and then we'll dive into the detailed roadmap, and then I'll also let you know about the salaries of full stack developers, and finally how you can get certifications. Alright, now, what exactly is full stack development? Now consider a web application. Let's say Instagram. So every time you refresh the page, new images are loaded. So this is what the user experiences, right? New images are loaded onto his feed. But what exactly happens behind the scenes is that the backend fetches new images from the Instagram servers, and these images are then loaded onto your Instagram feed, right? The app is so easy to use and leaves the users extremely satisfied. In case of any application, there's always the front end, the back end, and the database. So the process of building all of these aspects for an application is called full stack development. So I hope you understood what exactly full stack development is. So moving on, let's see who a full stack developer is. Now, basically, a full stack developer works with both front end and the back end of an application. He has to be familiar with languages like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also one or more back-end frameworks like Node.js and Python. Now, these developers have got all the web development skills to build websites and applications from start to finish. Now that we've understood what exactly a full stack developer does, let's look at some of his responsibilities. Now, the first responsibility is developing the front end. So as discussed, they must be able to develop the user interface for the users with the help of HTML and CSS. Next up is design the backend. Now, this is also the most crucial part of app development. They should be able to design robust backend architecture to ensure the smooth functioning of fetching and updation. Next up is to design database and servers. Now, databases and servers must be resilient to any outages and must maintain consistency. Next up is cross-platform compatibility. Now, depending on the platforms, there could be some discrepancy and alteration in the functioning of an application, right? It's crucial to make sure that the applications behave accordingly on all these platforms. Next up is developing APIs. Depending on the planned architecture, the developer must be able to develop APIs. The application must also be responsive and interactive and keep the user completely engaged. And lastly, it should meet all the technical and consumer requirements. So these were the few responsibilities of a full stack developer. Moving on, let me explain to you a simple roadmap of how to go about to become a full stack developer. So this roadmap basically shows you the prerequisites and skills one should have to become a successful full stack developer. Alright, so let's go ahead and begin with tools and software. Now the first and the most rudimentary requirement is a text editor. Now the most widely used editor is VS Code. It is free, open source and can be used to code in different platforms like Windows, macOS and Linux. Next up is a web browser. So you can either use Firefox or Chrome, but Chrome is highly preferred. Now also you could need a few editor extensions and VS Code has a few of them. Some of them could be Live SAS Compiler and Live Server. Moving on, you need to have a good hold on HTML and CSS. So HTML is a markup language that is used to define the content that appear on your web page, right? The developer can incorporate images, text and videos depending on the requirements. And moving on to CSS, it is basically a style sheet which is used to decorate your entire application. It is used to define the appearance of the content, say in terms of shape, color, size, spacing, etc. Next up is JavaScript. Now this is the most widely used front-end language and enhances the interaction with the web page. Now you might want to brush up your knowledge on simple concepts like arrays, functions, objects and loops. You can also learn ES6 features like callbacks, promises, async await, DOM manipulation and event, fetch API and JSON. All of these are required when you're making use of different JavaScript frameworks and libraries. So I'd recommend you brush up your knowledge on all of these topics. React, Angular, Vue and jQuery are some of the JavaScript libraries and frameworks that one can use. Now, all of these topics that we discussed earlier, be it ES6 features or basic concepts, they come in very handy when you're using these frameworks. Among React, Vue and Angular, over the last couple of years, React has gained immense popularity, followed by which Vue is also being widely used. Now, Angular has seen a downward curve over the past few years. So depending on your requirements, you can choose one of these frameworks. Next up is version control. Now, Git and GitHub are the most widely used version control systems. Now, Git basically helps you manage project files. Git basically keeps track of the entire history of things that the user is working on, right? So it makes sure that it allows the user to backtrack and see what he's worked on until then. Moving on to GitHub, it is basically a web-based service for version control using Git. Now the user can also look into other people's code, identify issues or errors, and also even propose changes. Now this comes in extremely helpful when you're working in a team. Let's move ahead and look at some of the backend environment. Now the most popularly used environment is Node.js. Now this is basically an open source cross-platform runtime environment that allows developers to create server-side tools and applications in JavaScript. Now Node is typically used to create real-time applications with two-way connections, wherein both the client and the servers can communicate and exchange data without any hassle. Now, I really recommend you have a basic knowledge on command line as well. That is, now knowledge on basic command line like npm, that is Node Package Manager, is also essential. So this was a simple overview on Node.js. Moving on to other backend languages, there's Python and the most commonly used framework, that is Django. Now Python is the easiest programming language out there, and I'm sure everybody will agree with me with this. So it also offers many libraries and frameworks for different technologies. So when it comes to backend in full stack development, Django is a clear winner. Now it is a high-level Python framework that enables rapid development of websites. It is also free and open source and has a huge active community of users. So I'd really suggest you get your hands on Django and work on it extensively. Moving on, let me give you a brief overview on the trends in 2020. First up is blockchain. Now, blockchain is an emerging technology and has seen tremendous growth in the last few years. Now, it has also entered into domains like healthcare and finance. Next up is AI and chatbots. AI is booming, and there is no doubt in that. So languages like Python and JavaScript frameworks like TensorFlow are widely used. Mobile app development. This is one of the top trends you should look out for in 2020. Now there are mobile applications for practically anything these days. So frameworks like React Native and Flutter can be deployed to develop these applications. Next up is progressive web applications. Now these are like a hybrid of mobile and web apps. They are faster to load and provide some amazing features like push notifications. Another important feature is their ability to work offline. Lastly, we have IoT. With the increasing number of devices getting connected to the internet every second, development of IoT applications is also on a rise. So these were a few trends that you should look out for in 2020. Moving ahead, let's look at the salary of full stack developers. Now, according to PayScale, the average salary of a full stack developer in India is around 5,90,000 rupees per annum. The average salary of a full stack developer in the US is around $75,000 per annum. Now there are several online certification courses, but if you're looking for something that is concise and well structured, then head out to the Simplilearn website. And here you can see a few options. You have the Full Stack Java Developer Masters Program. You have the Full Stack Developer .NET Masters Program. And you also have Full Stack Web Developer Mean-Stack Masters Program. You can also go through the overview, and depending on your requirement, you can choose the appropriate course. So with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching it, make sure you hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Thank you so much for being here, and watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.